What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Chicago Bears 2023 mock draft party. Probably like one of two, let's be really honest. But either way, this is going to be an awful lot of fun. We are all subscribed up to Pro Football Focus. We can run the draft simulator because I have tried to run the one in that like PFN, what is it, Pro Football Network, and it is all over the place. But howdy do, everybody. Should be a great time going through a couple of the Chicago Bears draftable options. Look, I am down to like somewhere between 70 and 125 prospects that I have an opinion on. I am not a hardcore draftnik. I hope to be a little bit better at this by next year, to be honest with you. But I am a film guy, watched a lot of film, and love to hand out my opinion and talk through what I think are a lot of the Bears' very reasonable options, especially up at the top of the draft. This should be an awful lot of fun, everybody, so let's go ahead and dive in. How are we doing tonight? First question, second question. Did you let me know who ultimately you want to review, and we'll walk through a couple hours of film as we go ahead and do this. But we'll go ahead and pull up a Pro Football Focus window like for the mock draft segment. Let's go PFF mock draft simulator, and we'll get crack-a-lackin', right? So one thing that I want to start out with is talking through what I think is really the core question, right? And that's whether the Bears should or shouldn't trade back, and frankly, what will happen in the first couple picks of the draft. So let's go ahead, and we are going to start this out by attempting to mock the entire draft board, just so that we've got complete creative control, let's call it, on exactly how the draft is going to go down in this first round. We'll do this a couple times, so jump in and we can basically tease out what are a couple of options here and there, right? So with the first pick of the draft, ultimately, I think that the pick that everybody should plan on, and hey, if it goes awry, it goes awry, and we'll probably try a couple of these just to see what the board looks like when things do go awry, but we're going to plan on Bryce Young. So Bryce Young heads to the Carolina Panthers for the price of, obviously, a future first-round pick, a current second-round pick, and like a future first-round pick, current second-round pick, and a future second-round pick plus DJ Moore. Obviously, we weren't all born yesterday, so that's a pick that I think makes all the sense in the world, and we'll go from there. Jay Sanders, I catch what you're saying about the Bears potentially needed to trade up from round 2. Why do you think that they need to trade up from round 2? Who do you think that they need? I ultimately think that the Bears need more picks than they do specific players. I think it's very easy to get won over by specific players this time of year. And while the Bears absolutely need that first rounder one way or another, I think that they need mass players across their roster more than they need one specific guy. That's just my 2 cents. So at pick number 2, Lance Zierlein, as well as a couple others, have now started to suggest that Houston could take Tyree Wilson. That maybe it would be Will Anderson. I don't quite know who their defensive head coach now, D'Amico Ryans, would prefer. But we will mock Tyree Wilson later just to see what that does for the board. For now, we're going to say that they take CJ Stroud. I think that makes all the sense in the world. And at the very least, for the first mock draft of the night, I think that's core. And I get you, Jay Sanders, about talking about how you need blue chip types of guys. But you got to remember, the Bears haven't had a first round pick that they used on a position player since 2018 with Roquan Smith. And so while I completely get what you mean, I'm not advocating for the Bears to load up on exclusively second-round guys. That's what that first pick is for. And while the Bears do need more blue chippers, that's a great use of next year's first and second. I know patience can be an awful pain, but the Bears are so thin at so many positions right now that I tend to think that those second-round picks, and potentially something that you get by trading down, but we'll get there. I think that would help the Bears shore up more positions, because right now you could argue they're light at receiver in the future sense because they've got neither Claypool nor Mooney under contract, leaving them with DJ Moore, Velus Jones, and others. But receiver isn't the first one I've got in mind. They're light at corner. They're obviously light at defensive tackle and edge rusher right now. They could use a center or a secondary guard, like an interior offensive lineman, because this is the last year of Lucas Patrick's contract, and he's done nothing to force you to keep him. You could add a tight end if it comes to it. A lot of the tight ends in this draft are flat good. I think that the Bears are good at linebacker for now, so that theoretically leaves safety, which I don't think that they certainly need to be spending a top 64 pick on safety just yet, especially since I think that's a position that gets misevaluated all the time and really good players fall down the board. But within this context, I tend to think that once you solve tackle, you need to shore up edge rusher, of course. You need to shore up 3-tech or 1-tech defensive tackle, frankly. And I think that trading down helps you either upgrade a pick. Say, for instance, we could do both. Jay Sanders, would you be interested in trading down to 17? So let's get that pulled up. Would you be interested in trading down to 17 if it took 53 up to 32? If something like that's on the table, you get the best of both worlds in theory. You go from, again, that's 9 down to 17, but you go from 53 up to 32. So then you've got 2 picks in that hot zone, so to speak, of 15 to 40. Nothing's impossible, and I certainly don't know anything that is on the table, right? But a pick upgrade could achieve what you're talking about, where you try to get a blue chipper, so to speak. And I don't quite understand, to be honest with you, why you wouldn't, why you would want to pass, or why you'd want to hand out 2 second-round picks for the price of 1 player. I think one player is more often than not going to be less useful than 2 players, but that's just my opinion, and we can disagree. Anyways, going back to things. So at number 3, I tend to think that the Cardinals are going to be trading out of this pick. I don't know who they're going to be trading it to. I think that they probably traded the Falcons, if I had to guess. I think that the Falcons, being content with Ritter, strikes me as a bit of a bluff. If in my opinion, Arthur Smith would want to go down swinging with more than just I wrote it out with Ritter, and then we tried to draft a rookie quarterback next year, because that's an awful lot of grace now heading into, this is his 3rd season, isn't it? So the clock is ticking a little bit, and that's okay. It just means that they may have to make a decision out of something like desperation. The Titans are another really strong option to come up for this pick. If I had to go through and identify what I think would be the chalk way that this happens, I think that the Tennessee Titans shock the world, so to speak. They offer 11 round 1 and probably a round, let's go with like a round 2 from maybe next year. And I think they come up with the Cardinals for 3, which is an awful lot, and I'm aware of that. But it's a quarterback trade with demand, I think. And so I tend to think that the Titans are going to come up, and then they are, let's see, it says trade again. That's not what we're looking for. And then they're going to take, I think, Anthony Richardson. Maybe they take Levis. Honestly, they could. I mean, he might fit in that play action system better than others. But I think that they look at the running element. I don't know. Because they just drafted Malik Willis. So really thinking through this, if they were coming up, they'd probably go for Levis. But I don't know. Yeah, Stokes, I tend to agree. Well, I don't know. I really like Richardson, but I don't love him because I don't know. He's very traitsy. I like Richardson for a lot of the same reasons that I liked Fields, but I thought Fields had more polish in college and was going to need to learn things at the next level, like we've seen him have to. Richardson's a project, but he's the kind of project that's going to give a GM a contract extension, which I tend to think is what a lot of people get excited about. So maybe the Colts like Levis, maybe they don't. For the process of this exercise specifically, we're going to have Levis go to the Colts, just because this is one of the drafting options that certainly people discuss. We'll get into other things that can happen down the road, but just because there's way more options than this, But this is certainly one of the ways that all kinds of people have talked about the draft working out, and it wouldn't surprise me. So then Will Anderson somehow falls all the way to Seattle. Nobody ever would have thought that he'd be pick number 5 a couple months ago, but here he is. So I tend to think Will Anderson is the no-nonsense, no-brainer decision at number 6, which brings up the real question. Do the Lions take Jalen Carter? Because if I had to guess, I get the vibe that the Chicago Bears love Jalen Carter. I think they love what Jalen Carter would offer. I mean, Jalen Carter, to use, I think this is probably Mike Renner's board, just a guess. Like, I'm sure it's a team of all kinds of PFF scouts, but I have a feeling it's very heavily influenced by Renner. Renner's got Jalen Carter at number 2. Obviously, there are some, let's call them question marks surrounding his character. There's an awful lot of smoke, and it predated the arrest, which only makes things more interesting. And if you're talking about an incredibly highly touted prospect that's got some fabulous film, like he's got some really fabulous film, and he drops all the way to 9. So you've got a position of need, that's this DL, might as well say 3T on it, right? He falls all the way to 9. I don't have to explain why Ryan Poles would be really interested, especially since he comes from an organization that has taken plenty of chances on character all over the place. It wouldn't surprise me if it's Mike Renner alone. Like, is it a public thing? Because I totally get it. But anyways, would Detroit take Carter? Normally, I would say yes. Normally, I would in fact say it would be just about a no-brainer. But they traded Okudah. Did they start Okudah last year? I wish I knew. I'm frankly embarrassed that I don't know. Because if they didn't start Okudah, then maybe they don't have quite the need that I'm thinking that they do. But now that they traded him, I feel like they pretty well signaled that they want a corner. And I mean, there are some sweet corners. I actually disagree with Renner right here. I have Christian Gonzalez higher than... I think... Stokes, to be clear, I don't think that trading Okudah is somehow crazy because Okudah was so good. It's more if they have left him or if they've left that corner spot totally open, you would think that they're looking to fill it in the draft one way or another. Maybe they fill it in the second round. It's possible. There's a lot of really good DBs, but Christian Gonzalez is a beast. I've got him just a little over Devin Witherspoon. There's a lot of ways that I would shuffle this board around. I like Tyree a little bit more than it seems like he does. I think Skoronski falls a little further. 18's a good point, Mario, and for the sake of the chalk draft, because if I had to guess, I don't actually think that Jalen Carter is falling to the Bears. I think they take him if he does. Like, let's say that we'll do this real fast. If the Lions drafted Witherspoon and then the Raiders, they're not going to go Hendon Hooker, but they think about it. They ultimately draft, let's say they may surprise people and take a tackle, which would not shock me, that's for sure. So let's say that they draft Paris Johnson, who I can't believe is this far down, right? So they take Johnson, and then the Falcons look at things. They think about it. They draft, let's say, they probably draft Tyree in this case. And then the Bears take Jalen Carter, Neato, everybody claps. A lot of Bears fans go, ooh, I don't know about that. But that's one of the chalk ways that things could go. And to your point, oh my gosh, where were you? Jay Sanders. If the Bears take Carter, that helps a lot on the defensive line, but it puts their tackle situation in a serious bind, because I tend to think that the Eagles at that point would shock everybody. They'll go Skoronski. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, if you take a look at the Eagles salary cap situation, they want to stay good on the offensive line and the defensive line because they're a smart franchise and they've got the capital to do that. Skoronski, in theory, for a team that has tackles but wants a guard, and then may want to get rid of that tackle, like a Lane Johnson type, right? Skoronski is somebody who you could let him get his feet wet inside and then kick him out to tackle when it comes time to say goodbye to your other tackle. It's just an idea that I had at one point. Who knows if they're harebrained enough to do it, but that's something that I think the Bears could think about. So then we go down here to Arizona. Arizona takes a look at the board. I'm going a little bit off of what I can see that they need, because maybe they think about like a Kalijah Cansey type. It really depends on like what they would be looking for, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're going to go Christian Gonzalez. MJ50, Allison, my wife, is out of town. My sweet, wonderful son is asleep. So I'm with you guys. Quiet house. And it's just you guys and me. So then at this point, honestly, Jay Sanders, I don't think that they rated. So I understand the way. Look, I don't want to get too far off a tangent. When it comes to the Borum Jenkins thing, if I can just cut the mustard with exactly how I feel about you guys, I think the Bears basically put Tevin Jenkins through a sham like audition at tackle. Like, if I'm gonna point the finger at anything, and you guys know me, I'm willing to go full conspiracy. I think the Bears saw Tevin Jenkins as a potential fabulous guard, and we saw him succeed on the inside for a reason. I actually think the more that I have looked at it, you know what, maybe it wasn't as sham as I thought it was. I came into this really hot on the it was a sham thing, but I'll tell you what, Jay Sanders, watching Tevin Jenkins at guard, I could pull the film if we want to, but I'm surprised at how bad his footwork is. I am shocked at how good his hands are. I mean, within the phone booth, Tevin Jenkins is able to get two hands on somebody, get wrenched all the way sideways, or not move his feet enough, and just yank himself back into position, like an inverse bench press, like a pull-up back into position, because his latch and his like core strength is so strong. And so I tend to think that when they tried to put him at tackle, that edge rushers, I mean, remember, the only edge rusher they had that was decent, right, was Robert Quinn. And Robert Quinn would be exactly the guy who would feast on somebody like Tevin Jenkins that's a little slower footed. And I agree with you, Jay Sanders, that he can start, but it's the Donna, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. But so, Jay Sanders, I'll tell you what, the more that I think about it, the more that I think it's kind of like the Skoronski thing, where Tevin Jenkins could be a very, very decent right tackle, but I don't need to give him the participation trophy because I can send him to the Pro Bowl, like, as a guard. And I mean, that's not something I was saying a little while ago, but here we are. And Chris, which game did you think that Tevin looked good at tackle in? Because we got two of them, right? Remind me, because if I'm remembering correctly, he played a really poor game. It was either against Minnie or it was against Green Bay. And then he played a slightly better game, and then he was immediately shelved, right? And maybe some of it was injury rust. I mean, that's certainly possible. But I'll tell you what, when I look at Tevin on the inside, I was really, really surprised. I mean, really positively surprised. Like, because, again, feet were not as good as you normally. I don't want to say they were terrible. They really weren't like terrible. But his hands are doing the majority of the work. And so with guard, which is a little bit more of a come to me position than tackle, which tackles kind of have to go out and get their guy, I tend to think that it suits him a little better. And I'm with you, Jay Sanders. It sounds ridiculous, but moving Tevin to left guard, I think, makes more sense than moving Nate Davis to right guard, because Tevin's shown us that he's flexible enough to do it. Think of it this way. Tevin basically rolled out of bed and almost played at a Pro Bowl level at guard, if not outright played at a Pro Bowl level at right guard. So if he got less than a week's prep to play right guard and then played it well, it wouldn't surprise me if with a full off season's prep he could play well at left guard, whereas Nate Davis has played for the last 7 years at right guard, and maybe with an off season's prep he could carry all those skills over to left guard. But you're talking about entrenched muscle memory. I mean, it's not that it's that hard. It's not that Nate Davis can't do it. It's that it is a bigger risk to take an entrenched career right guard and move him than it is to take a guy who apparently could play right guard on a whim and move him to left guard, where you already know that Tevin Jenkins practiced on the left side. He played all left tackle, right? Or like he prepped to play left tackle his senior year in college, and then he came to the NFL and he prepped to play left tackle and ultimately played some left tackle. So Tevin Jenkins can handle both sides of the feet, and I agree with you. It sounds ridiculous because they keep moving him. I do think it's the right decision. It's a weird decision. It's a weird spot to be in, but I think it makes sense. It's just weird. And honestly, Jay Sanders, they may, but it's not going to be soon because I don't think they can quite do that yet. So then you've got CJ Stroud's on the clock, right? And because I had the Texans take CJ Stroud, it feels too easy, doesn't it, to just send JSN to Houston? I mean, maybe they don't do this, but with Brandon Cooks on the roster and nobody else specifically that I can think of, and feel free, Draftniks, to jump in and tell me where I get a pick like woefully wrong. I'm not going to try to spend too much time on it, right? But just because I know we'll talk out like which ones make the most sense, but to me, the chalk pick here, you're right, Alex, Cook got traded, but I think that they take JSN in this case, which would make me happy because it means he doesn't go right here. Let's see. That's bizarre, Censored. I mean, if that's the case, wow. I mean, I guess I just wouldn't have thought of that. So then the Jets are up, and I think the Jets are going to take a tackle. Question becomes, which one? So it actually wouldn't surprise me, just given where they're at. Remind me. Okay, so the Jets depth chart. So let's go through this. Jets depth chart. Because I can't remember which side Becton plays on. I think he's a left tackle, but I want to make sure. Mekhi Becton's a left tackle. Their right is currently Max Mitchell. So I like Max Mitchell. I don't love him as like a starter that you're just immediately relying on. So if they've already got a left tackle and they want a right tackle, I know all kinds of Bears fans want Darnell Wright. I think the NFL does too. You want, like, my opinion is that we are asking the NFL to do us a favor and send us Darnell Wright. I don't think they're going to. I think the Jets probably take Darnell and let him, and then they move on from there, especially since they've already got a left tackle. They need a tackle. They don't necessarily need a right tackle, and they go from there. So then the Patriots, it would be a kind of Patriot-y pick, but if I had to just guess, they're going to go with Van Ness in this case. And I agree with you, Mario. Like, I think it makes all the sense in the world, but I'm with you, Chris. Like, I think that the people that want Darnell Wright are going to take him early. Exactly, Drex. Like, I think Darnell Wright is going higher than Bears fans want him to, and that's okay. I mean, it validates why we like him, but if we like him so much, he's probably going pretty high. I would probably send Van Ness to the Patriots at this point. I think he makes a lot of sense there. He plays similar football to the way they want to. They've got an edge crasher in this case that then they can try to develop for when they ultimately sell Judon. Maybe they'll keep Judon. I mean, obviously they might keep Judon on the roster. I don't know. But he being Bill Belichick, such a career of turning out pass rushers that who's to say? I don't know. So then at this point, let's see, Green Bay, obviously they need a wide receiver. Maybe they think about like a Zay Flowers. It's not even that I hate Quentin Johnston. I just think Quentin Johnston's extremely similar to Chris Watson. And so you're probably not layering Quentin Johnston on top of the already existing Christian Watson that you have. So they'll probably go Dalton Kincaid. That's the pick that I've heard all kinds of Packers people just go bananas over. I think taking Kincaid this high, I get it. Dalton Kincaid is a really good player, but expecting the world out of your receiving tight end is how I've seen a lot of teams get burned. And so I'll give it to the Packers. I will let them experience that ride. And so if things don't work out, hooray, right? Like, us Bears fans can be excited that the Packers made a mistake. But at that point, I don't know. Let's see. So then continuing going, let's see. We've got 16, Washington. I don't think that they're thinking about Hendon Hooker. I don't think the NFL likes Hendon Hooker. It wouldn't surprise me if Hendon Hooker's agent has been just on overdrive mode, right? Good for him at that point. Then, I mean, honestly, I struggle to envision who the Commanders would want at this point. So taking a look down, because like they don't have defensive line need. I think there are a lot of defensive line guys. In this case, Spectre, we're working off the situation where the Bears took Carter. Like this is the like one trade at the top, but this is my attempt at a chalk mock draft, and we're going to try to whiz through it as quickly as we can. Mario, I like it. I think Joey Porter makes all kinds of sense for them. I don't know why they don't have CB on their little needs list. But I do think for Spectre, for what it's worth, if Jalen Carter isn't picked earlier, he will be the Bears pick. So then 17, I think that the Steelers here take Broderick. So the Steelers want a tackle, they get a tackle. Then it wouldn't surprise me at this point if the Lions, damn it, we're doing one chalk round, just one. Rounds, two. Because this is how do the Bears handle their tackle situation at this point. And I really do want to see, if I'm Chicago, how far down do we get before we're in panic mode? Because there are a couple guys that I think are coming up. And that's the thing, Drex. That's the thing. Like, I know there is a risk factor to Carter, but there is a major reward factor. Carter, let's be real, Bears fans, has an opportunity to change the fabric of the Bears defensive line. I mean, you add Jalen Carter and Zach Harrison, right? Like two guys that you can very easily get in this draft, and boom, boom, you might have a 2024 top 10 defensive line. That's ridiculous sounding, but that's what Aaron Donald does. That's what Chris Jones does. Like, when you have a superstar playmaker, right? Mario had to pay for it, unfortunately, but that's the sacrifice I make, right? Anyways, so when you have a superstar playmaker on your defensive line, like, the math changes. And I mean, let's be real, guys. I am not about to like whisper sweet nothings about Jalen Carter in terms of character. I don't know the guy, right? I don't know him at all. But let's think for a moment. When you envision the character problems, like the players that you think of when you think of character issue inside of the NFL draft, how many of the guys who had pre-draft issues follow it up with post-draft issues? Does that make sense? Like, really think about this. The guys that we can think of that had issues after the draft are like Reuben Foster, Deshaun Watson, Henry Ruggs. The guys that I can think of before that had issues, Tyreek Hill. I guess Kareem Hunt makes it into the former, by the way. Joe Mixon is one of the rare ones where you knew he had issues, he followed it up with issues, right? But the guys before the draft, George Pickens has stayed out of trouble. Dak Prescott has stayed out of trouble. What's his name? Laramie Tunsil has stayed out of trouble. I'm not trying to say it is a sure thing, but what I am saying is most of the guys that get caught in college don't seem to at least make a high-profile mistake in the pros. I'm not about to swear by these guys' character. I'm not that naive, right? But it tends to seem like the character issue is more of a, it's like a boogeyman in the closet, right? Than it is it seems as if it is more of a monster under the bed than it is real, like a real worry, which is at least what it comes to mind. I'll tell you what, T3P, one thing that hurts Jalen Carter, I could show you, eventually, if he is the Bears pick, I'll make a full-on video showing this. You know what? I need an offensive line, so we're going to find one. I will back it up to any offensive line. Georgia ran a ton of games on you can see me watching Zach Kuntz. Neat, right? Georgia ran a ton of games on the on the defensive line. So if there's one thing that I will speak to Carter, it's that in the NFL, we are accustomed to a basic head up, 4-down rush, right? That's what it's called in this case. So just go, right? Snap, go. In this case, Brano, we are going through the scenario of Bears draft Jalen Carter and basically seeing if a tackle's going to be there, right? In Georgia, almost literally every down, Kirby Smart wanted to call some kind of slant, he wanted to call some kind of twist, some kind of contain scenario, like some kind of some kind of contained scenario, some kind of bluff, some kind of blitz. And the reason blitzes matter is because blitzes basically blitzes often take gaps. So you're going to have your middle linebacker crash, let's say the play side A gap. And that basically just means that there's a little bit less of a way, there's a little bit less room for the rusher to actually do anything. And in my filmy opinion, Jalen Carter did a really good job with the rare 4-up rush downs he got. Now, am I trying to... It's more to say that when John D'Italia at one point asked, why doesn't he have the production? The more I looked, the more it reminded me of Kayvon Walker with now Jacksonville. Similar problem. Similar thing was with Nolan Smith as well, where they just don't work like that. That defensive line doesn't let stars play like stars. They've got so many defensive stars that they're going to feature Bear Alexander, then they're going to feature Jalen Carter, then they're going to feature Nolan Smith, then they're going to feature their middle linebacker, then they're going to feature another edge rusher. They just go through so many players on that Georgia defensive line, and they basically play a team defense, that you're going to get a better evaluation when you watch safeties and corners in that Georgia offense than you are the defensive line, where they've just got such an arsenal of players that they don't focus on one guy the way that somebody like Carl Brooks in Bowling Green gets a chance to rush the passer, if not outright featured on literally every passing down, right? Like any down that could be a passing down, Carl Brooks is going to be the guy, and he's going to he's going to rush either the edge, he's going to kick inside and rush the interior. Like, there's all kinds of things that guys that are better than everybody else on their team get to do. And I guess, T3, I'll tell you, I feel like Jalen Carter looks awfully fast. He didn't look like it in his pro day, of course. But his tape looks fast. His tape looks violent. He looks exceptionally strong for his size. I'm not about to call it a no-brainer. I am about to say I see the upside. I get why, right? Demo, it was after I talked about it, I watched the Western Chattanooga. I don't know. It's nothing crazy, right? Let's see. No, I get you, Sean. Thank you. Don't worry about it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. Hey, what prospect do you want? We can talk about it. But so, anyways, let me see. Okay, censored. We don't need to be barking. It's Jay Sanders censored. We're teammates here. We're friends. But so the demo, it was like with Brooks, I get the wiliness. What a lot of people like with him, and what I can understand, is that he's got really active hands. He understands how to win, and it's rarer the more football you watch to find a player that knows how to win and can execute an arsenal of pass rush moves than it is to find somebody like Armon Watts, who I'm not about to dunk on, right? I'm more here to say that with somebody like Armon Watts, you're going to get the two-handed swipe, and that's it, right? You get one pass rush move in many cases, because these guys rose through the ranks, and I'm not about to say he doesn't know how to win, but he may not have the hand work, the hand technique. I don't know what's going on in his life, but it's rarer than you think to see players that exhibit technique across the board. And so within that, I am really interested. I don't know. I'm interested to see if Carl Brooks is going to succeed. I know I'm very athlete heavy all the time. You guys know that. Like, I want to see testing numbers. I want to see all the proof in the world that you've got the athleticism to succeed at the NFL level. But the more Brooks I watch, including his Mississippi State game, I could see him beating the center. I could see him beating the guard when he's one-on-one. So in a 4-down setting with a team that I think lines him up at one tech, I think that I think if you lined up Carl Brooks at one tech, because right now he's like 303. If he's going to play 3 tech, you'd have to drop him down a little bit, and you can do that. But I think he's going to do fine in the run game, and then he's going to impress as a passer, and then you go from there. Anyways, Sean, we're not going off the rails just yet. We're going to rip through this as quickly as we can. So then the Lions, I think they're okay at receiver. Like, at least they're not in so deep that they would take Quentin Johnston. I like Kalijah Cansey for them. I mean, I don't know. T3, we don't have a Carter Spider chart because I don't think he actually worked out for anybody. Like, if I am the Lions, maybe I think about tight end if they wanted to grab like a Michael Mayer. But I think the value, Robert Schmitz's opinion, the value for tight end is in the late second, early third round. Like, I think there are a lot of guys down there, and I don't think you have to like bang the table for any of these top end guys. Maybe the Lions surprise us. They take one of those guys, right? Like, I think Mayer makes as much sense as any at this spot. I'm not the biggest Mayer fan in the world, but I have command flashbacks. Not in the best way in this case. Maybe they take a Nolan Smith, but they're pretty good on the edge. Like, I think Bresee or Kalijah Cansey make a lot more sense than others. I'm going to pick Cansey because I like Cansey a lot. I think Cansey's tape slaps. Ken, Ace, how you guys doing? Then we're on to the Buccaneers, who want offensive line. Right. That's why they're going to take Anton Harrison and they're not going to look back. Do they need other players? Sure. But I tend to think offensive line is a gold mine. I think offensive line is like exactly what players want. You say that, Don, like they didn't just trade away TJ Hawkinson after using Hawkinson a lot. And so, within that, I tend to think that, I mean, remember, they traded Hawkinson when they were, 1-8? And so after they started winning, sure, you could maybe credit it to not the tight end, but there's at least some value there in the mid first because there's some good tight end prospects that a lot of people are really excited about. Anyways, getting back to it. Cansey has 30-inch arms, Chris, but that's part of why he plays on the inside. I'll tell you what, I would believe it was a bigger problem if he hadn't played so well against the SEC. Like, the game he had against Tennessee, he tore them up. And as silly as it sounds, yeah, that matters, right? So let's see. Who did we have? They took Anderson, so they're better there. I don't think they're going for any of the guardy prospects. So I wish that I knew Seattle's roster better. Maybe they take a corner or something like that here. But let's see. Somebody eventually has to take Bijan. We'll find a good spot for Bijan. But moving as, I don't know. I don't think they're going to reach on somebody like Mozzie Smith. I don't know if they're going to grab somebody like Torrance. Though maybe he would fit their bludgeoning style. I don't think Nolan Smith goes quite yet. Maybe he does, but we just gave them an edge rusher, and I don't think they're double dipping at that spot just yet. Third receiver makes some sense. Let's see. Cody, in this mock, we took Carter. But that's because I think Carter is sort of the first domino, right? If Carter doesn't fall, I think the Bears are going to take him. That's the report that's out there. I believe him. Well, it would, Sean, but don't they have Kenneth Walker? He was a baller in that last in last season. And so let's see. I feel like, okay, if it's me and I am controlling the Seahawks, let's see. I don't think they're gonna take. Wow. All right, I tend to think that they're going to take Zay Flowers. I think Zay is sweet. I think that makes a lot of sense. And plus, I need a pick so that we can move on. Then I'm going to give Deonte Banks to the Chargers, which I think makes sense. Eric, in this case, we took Carter. Well, I'll say that one more time, and then we'll just keep going. We're going to work through a lot of scenarios, but I wanted to do the chalk one with Carter first so that we could keep going, because I actually don't know if a tackle comes. I know Ken, I know that Josh Sunderbuck put out a banger article. Maybe Mario. That's the thing. If he doesn't fit their system at all, I'm sorry. I think Deonte Banks rules. I really do. I think he's awesome. I think that if this is telling me that the Chargers have a corner need, I just need to dish the corner to somebody. I think in this case, the Ravens wouldn't blink that they would take Quentin Johnston. And it's not just because he's a certain spot on their board. I think Johnston fits really well with Odell Beckham Jr. And at that point, you're trying to woo Lamar to come back. Maybe they take Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith would be another really solid option, but I don't think they're there yet. I think the Vikings at this point are going, Rats. Can't believe that. And they have to pivot a little bit. I think that they take Brian Bresee. Let's see. Yeah, Banks rules. A lot of these players are really good. Brian Bresee is a very, very good player that it's kind of tough to get a read on his tape because last year was so hard on him personally. In this case, it wouldn't surprise me to see Jacksonville pursue like a Miles Murphy type. But let me see. Who's Jacksonville's defensive coordinator? Let's see. Mike Caldwell. Do we know? Wait, what is that? The team made it to the playoffs one time and had a 1-1 record under him. Do we know? Let's see. I always want to know. Let's see. What will it look like? They moved to a 3-4. If they're at a 3-4, I think they probably take Nolan Smith. Do they have a second edge rusher? Am I about to be stupid? Maybe they take like a Will McDonald, but Nolan Smith's a sweet player. I really think he's awesome. And that it's just a matter of where. Let's see. Mario, it wouldn't surprise me in that case if you're exactly right about the Chargers. Going forward with the Bears, we're probably going to skip a lot of these. But at the very least, I want to control some of it. If Balky likes athletes, Nolan Smith is an athlete. Like, I'm glad you're here, Mario, and others. Because the main reason I wanted to at least do one mock is because there's some of these players, especially tackles, that I think this board is way, way, way too shallow on. Like, let's use an example. Based on this current board, I have all 4 of the top tackles gone by 19, which I think is realistic. Like, when a team needs a tackle, I don't think they're going to wait, right? I think this is a big hot take that I'll spoil now. I think that the Bears are going to have to take Wanya Morris at 53 if they want to tackle after Jalen Carter. Like, I think a lot of, I don't even know if he'll get there. Like, I'm assuming he will, but you got to remember that we're talking about a guy with measurables like this. I mean, again, 82nd percentile arm length, plenty of vert jump, like good tape at Oklahoma, good mover. Like, we're talking about an athlete, right? And all he is a little bit on the short and the wides, or the short and the light side. But here's one part about Wanya Morris that I think a lot of people may not know. If you're not a heavy draft pick, why would you? Wanya Morris was a 5-star prospect. Like, I don't think this guy is. I don't think this guy is going as low as people have him. Chris, you say that, but remember, we're talking about the same league that drafted Cole Strange in the first round. Like, in my opinion, tackles are worth their weight in gold. And so, in a league that prioritizes tackle, because look at the edge rushers we're talking about. Like, I mean, look at the effect that, what's his name? Look at the effect that Hutchinson had last year on the Lions alone. Very personal effect to the Chicago Bears, right? Like, when you've got edge rushers like Will Anderson, like Tyree Wilson, I mean, a lot of these guys that I think are awesome. I tend to think that it becomes, I use this example a lot, Chris, kind of like buying a house. Mario, what I'm saying is, when it comes to offensive linemen, I think people take them higher than maybe they should go, and you can point and say that they took the guy too high, and then you don't end up with a lineman. And so remember, we're talking in football, you can have one budget tackle because you have one running back, right? And you're not always going to use the running back on a chipping assignment. You're not always going to use the tight end on a chipping assignment, right? But on the majority of football plays, you're going to have one tackle. This is not a good example, is it? Because based on my remembering of this game, VT was bullying Old Dominion up front. This is Old Dominion. But so on a normal NFL football play, out of like 11 personnel or something, you're going to have one tackle on an island. Here, I'll draw the little tree. And then you're going to have one tackle with some help, right? And so this one can be Braxton. This one probably needs to be a first rounder, in my opinion. Now, is that going to fix the 2023 offensive line? Good question. Don't know. Rookies are totally hit and miss. Is Darnell Wright going to be a super stud on the right-hand side in his first year? We don't know. Brandon, we're getting through the end of the first round. Is the Anton Harrison going to step in and contribute in the first round? We don't know. Is Paris Johnson going to be a stud immediately? I don't know. Like, we could say we know. We could say we're confident. We don't know. Because we've seen too many guys like Evan Neal, Andrew Thomas, and other offensive tackles. Penei Sewell had his day in court in the preseason. That's for doggone sure in the early goings with the Lions. It's not always that easy, right? And so as guys transition to the NFL, you just don't know if they're going to be a beast. But especially once you start to get to the second round, the teams that passed on a tackle that needed one, I think they're going to start to reach. Like, the teams, the problem isn't per se that the Bears have to take a tackle because they need one so bad. The problem comes, in my opinion, when you start to get to around like some of these picks that where some guys didn't get one, like the Colts, and they take like Matthew Bergeron. Everybody goes, what? And then you get a little further down, and it turns out that the Titans, well, they love Jalen Duncan, right? And everybody again goes, what? And suddenly teams start to reach because they're not going to get another shot at it, right? The tiers of tackles that they thought that they would get has been exhausted. And so, I don't know. Mario, I'll tell you, I think that one of them does. In my personal opinion, you got to remember that while Justin has elite escapability, let's go back to just looking at a football film, right? The other thing Justin loves to do is hold on to the football, and he wants to throw it, and I don't blame him for that. Right now, Justin Fields, I love him, doesn't have phenomenal pocket management skills. Right now, Justin Fields is either in the pocket, right? He's like right here, or he's out, and he's looking to get out, whether that's rolling out the back or jetting out the front, right? And in my opinion, that means the more that I watch film of last year, we did this last week, right? The more I saw Braxton Jones getting that help, and it was Larry Borum who was getting absolutely punished because he needed to be the island tackle in this case, gonna draw it again, and he wasn't good at it, right? And when Braxton was on an island, it's not even necessarily that he was doing tremendously better. Neither of them really were. Does it have to be a premier tackle? It doesn't have to be. But I'll tell you, Mario, in my opinion, it's nigh impossible based on all the data that I've been looking at. Josh Sunderbuck of WCG did a good piece on this, and then The Athletic confirmed it, that if you don't draft a tackle in the first round, the chances are very low that he will be good. He may be solid. He may be okay. Braxton Jones is in that category of, hey, we got upside. Right now, we're okay. And we're happy about that because he's a fifth round pick. Crazy value to even get a startable tackle at all, right? But the kind of tackle that you could put on an island reasonably, you're probably not going to find him even in the second round. Apparently, second round tackles are a bit of a fool's gold situation, which actually doesn't surprise me for exactly the phenomena that I'm talking through, where as you get further down into the draft, the guy that should be a third round tackle gets drafted in the second. High second, like Matthew Bergeron, that should be there at 53. Like, let's go OT rankings, right? DeJuan Jones will get drafted at some point. Maybe he goes to like Indy or something like that. But so then you've got Bergeron, and Bergeron goes in the 40s, right? And then you've got Wanya, and Wanya goes in the 60s because you're just not going to go that far without an offensive tackle getting picked. Right? And then in the 70s, maybe Blake Freeland goes. And so suddenly, as you get further and further down the board, maybe Jalen Duncan goes higher up. It's complicated, right? Just because I can't guess for 32 human beings, frankly, 32 collections of human beings, and I'd be silly to try, in my opinion. I think it gets just very, very difficult. But the more I look at the draft board, the harder I see it for the Bears to get Carter and get a really good tackle without having to trade up for it. Which, hey, Jay Sanders, if you're here, we do agree in this case. I don't know how the Bears negotiate the situation between what they had last year, what they do when they land the Carter pick that I think they want versus when they get the tackle. Because tackle at 9 tackle trade down, I think you got a lot of options. I think any of the top 4 tackles are going to look very good in a Chicago Bear uniform. And while one may be better than the other, I really do believe, Mario, this is where you and I are going to agree, I think. I don't think there's actually that much to be gained by having an elite tackle versus having a very good tackle versus having a pretty doggone good tackle. So let's make it clear what I'm talking about. Like, if this is elite and this is bad, on a scale of 1 to 32, right? I tend to think as long as you're in, say, the top 35% of tackles, you're pretty doggone good, right? And if you're in that top 35%, I think you get great value. Like, while it would be awesome to have the best left tackle in football, even Jeremy Tunsil will get beat eventually. But if you've got anyone from Broderick Jones to Anton Harrison to Broderick Jones to Anton Harrison to Darnell Wright to, how do I forget his name? Paris Johnson, you're fine. Like, I really believe that. Where if you get any of those 4 guys, good, very good, even. Exactly, Cody, right? The good enough is good at tackle. I actually think the NFL accepts this widely, Cody, where, sure, they will take the better player when they decide to go tackle, but they won't wait on it because we've seen later edge rushers that can make a difference as an edge too, right? We've seen second-round defenders that can make a difference as a second-round defender. We've seen good corners and wide receivers in the second round all over the place, right? But when you are even just pretty good at tackle, you get reached on. You get reached on hard. And that's where Chris, again, I think it's crazy too. Chris, maybe I misspoke. I don't have a second-round grade on Wanya. I think Wanya gets picked in the second round. Does that make sense? Or maybe it's Jalen Duncan, or maybe it's Blake Freeman. I think one of these guys, Freeland, I think one of these tackles, because I think Mock is an interior offensive lineman through and through. I'm saying I think they go in the second round, and I think you have to go for them in the second round, because I think all of the second round tackles get drafted later, right? Or they get drafted earlier. Like, a late first round tackle gets drafted in the mid first round. I think a high second round tackle gets drafted in the late first round. I think a low second round tackle gets drafted in the high second round. I think a mid third round tackle gets drafted in the mid to late second round, and then people just start to panic. Does that make sense, Chris? Where it's not that we disagree on what Wanya is and isn't, because he's a project in a lot of ways. It's that teams will talk them into it and say, oh gosh, I need a tackle. Like, I need a tackle. And then they reach on down the board and they snag it. So let's see, where are we? We'll try to rip through some picks. Fair warning, this may get really inaccurate in a hurry, just because as we start to move quick, laugh at the picks that I make poorly, and we'll see if I can't hustle up, but I will try to reason with them. So I think drafting safety in the first round is silly. Maybe the Cowboys do it, but I was thinking the same thing. I think that they're going to draft Jordan Addison, and they're not going to think too hard about it. Then we get here. Actually, Bijan would be sick in a Cowboys uniform, and I bet you that Steven and Jerry Jones talked themselves into it. So I'm going to hand Bijan to the Cowboys because that's fun, and I have to hand him somewhere. So at this point, we get to, let me see, did the Bills re-signed that safety of theirs, which puts me in a position where I got to think of what they would want. Maybe the Bills want a receiver. I think Jalen Hyatt is a good player. Maybe they think Said Tillman. Actually, I think it may be Said Tillman. Because I do tend to think somebody on a draft podcast I was listening to the other day basically pointed out that Said Tillman was he had way better 2021 tape than 2022 tape, and I am not made of hours as much as I would love to be. Like, I don't have time oozing out of my body, and so I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was basically hurt all of 2022, and that affected his tape in a big way. That makes a lot of sense to me. So maybe Said is the guy who goes to Buffalo. Maybe they do want Mazzy Smith. I think Mazzy makes sense too. So we'll hand out Mazzy. We'll go to Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati at this point, they're either going to want, you could tell I hate the tight ends. Not hate, but just I don't like first round tight ends, right? I know people in Cincinnati really want either Kalijah Kancey or they want like Darnell Washington, but I think Mayer makes the most sense here. And so then we get to, what is this? New Orleans. New Orleans needs a corner. I think there are some really good corners here. I haven't watched Forbes yet. I need to watch Forbes. Obviously, look at where he is in the draft. But yeah, I think Myles Murphy makes a ton of sense. Mario, I'm just gonna go with what you got there because I like it. With the Eagles, I don't actually think they want another receiver. Like, it's funny that they've got receiver here. I think that they want two receivers for Hurts. I think Hurts likes his options a little simpler. Just a gut feel off of what I have. Like, I think that the Eagles like the approach of having Goddard, Brown, and Smith. And if they had a fourth sweet receiver, while that's the case, I think that they may, like, looking at the board as we have it, we've even drafted Mazzy Smith. Like, a bunch of guys go off the board. If they had Myles Murphy that they could take, they probably would take Myles Murphy. They didn't get that chance. I think they are going to take Brian Branch. I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, that they would think about it, Mario, but then they would go, I don't know. And I agree with Den Master. Like, I'm right there with you, Ken. So then we get to this. Wouldn't surprise me if they take, like, I'm going to give them, it's either Felix or Will, and it's not because of where they are on the board. They're very different players, but they would both support Chris Jones really well. Felix is more your true to form edge. Will is more of like an outside linebacker that's crazy bendy, super fun to watch, dominated the Senior Bowl in a huge way. And no kidding, Ziraj. Like, he's not heavy at all, which is bizarre. But so let's give him Felix, because it wouldn't surprise me if the weight thing would throw off the weight thing would throw off somebody. Might not throw off Kansas City, but I like Felix. I don't actually like him this high, but it wouldn't surprise me if the NFL will. I think his first step shocks me with how slow it is, and maybe it's just a bias thing because he's got decent athletic testing numbers, but he feels like, to me, he plays at 80% speed of some other guys. Now, if he played any faster, he would be a top 1 pick. Like, not literally, probably like a top 10 pick, because Felix has some really spectacular pass rush moves. He gets it. Like, if the Bears somehow trade down, they end up with Felix Anudike Uzoma. Like, Felix is the kind of guy who's going to stab at your outside shoulder, rip inside, and then if you take the counter step to rip or to account for the inside move, he will just instinctively spin back outside and beat you. And then he's got crazy bend. There's a lot to like in Felix Anudike Uzoma, but I actually think the bend can be a bit of a fool's gold because I don't know if he has the speed to really make plays within it. Maybe that's Big 12. The fact that Big 12 runs so much RPO that so many plays ended very quickly. But I think that's common in the NFL too. That if you can't make all kinds of, or that if you can't make plays fast, you can't make plays. But I digress. Anyways, getting back to things, let's just hand out Forbes to the Steelers who have our pick. Knife in the chest. So then let's see, we're on the clock again. We've already given them a QB. We've already given them a wide receiver. They want a defensive lineman. We'll give them one. They're going to take Will McDonald. D'Amico Ryans is like, this is my guy. And then they move on. So then we're not going to do any trades. I'm sure there will be some trades, but we're not doing one now. So we already took Christian Gonzalez with them. They'll take Ojulari, who worries me. The athletic testing thing, like, that throws me off. I understand that there's Devontae Smiths that are out there, but I think when you're an edge rusher, you kind of need to be an alien. And BJ Ojulari looking decidedly not like an alien would throw me off. DeJuan Jones rules. I think DeJuan Jones could easily be a first rounder. He might make it further up the board. I'm going to give him to Chris Ballard, who's actually putting together a quite good draft, at least for what they are or what they need. And then we'll move on to, let's see, if the Rams need a guard, maybe they take like a Torrance. Maybe they take, I like Avila. But so that makes sense, Mario. because his tape looks faster. Those were numbers that were eye-poppingly bizarre. Also, I'm super curious as to whether Whippler is going to end up being here. I don't disagree with Mike Renner. I just think that Whippler's measurables and his tape don't look second round good. When we're talking about second round good, a guy like Tippmann sticks out, right? Especially because he's got positional versatility. Aliens stick out, whereas Whippler looks like a very good center. And it wouldn't surprise me if he makes it into the third, even the fourth round. I think the Bears could have him later. It's not me just trying to concoct a scenario. It's more like what goes into getting a center drafted early: athleticism. And while Whippler looks athletic, here, let's pop him up. Luke Whippler. You can see how often I Google these charts. Like, athletic, short arms, even for center. Like, I don't know, the more I look at it, I may be talking myself back into him being like a third, but I think a second is awfully high. Like, again, really good tape, but a second round center really has to wow you and pop off, especially because you're not playing this guy at guard, right? And with no versatility, because you got to remember, what got James Daniels drafted in the second round? It was the fact that he could play guard, and then he did. James Daniels, mock draftable. Yeah, exactly. I saw that, Mario, and I was like, oh. See, James Daniels, who comped as a center for a reason, had such long arms for the position that when you shift him to interior offensive line, his arm length is still relatively long. That's versatility. Now, who else does that sound like? It should sound like Joe Tippmann, which I actually think makes him make a lot of sense for the Bears. Because, now granted, he's silly tall and silly long comparatively, which is ironic because his arm length isn't actually that wild. But it's enough. Because when you go to interior offensive line, it's short, but it's not that short, right? And when the Bears get to that 53 region, I know there are a lot of people that really want to take a center. I think it will make a lot more sense for them to take somebody with inside-outside versatility, since that center. So let's put it this way. The Bears have 4 picks in the top 64 right now. They will want all 4 of them to play. Would we agree? That when they draft whoever they play, they will want them to play in 2023. So how do you make sure that an interior offensive lineman that you draft plays? Because if you draft one in the 4th round, which is fine, you're probably sitting him for a year until somebody gets hurt. Well, somebody probably will. Like, how often do you get your starting 5 offensive linemen to stay healthy? Especially somebody like Tevin Jenkins, who's got a colorful injury history. And that's okay, because he's like Teron Armstead at this point, where he's going to play 10 games, 8 games, maybe 12, maybe. But they're going to be banger games. That's okay. Especially since he's still on a rookie deal. So at this point, looking at Whitehair, who's literally gotten hurt every season for the last 3 years, at least 2. You've got Jenkins, who's gotten hurt both of the years of his career. You got Davis, who got hurt last year. Somebody's getting nicked up. And somebody like Tippmann, for when we get there, makes a little bit more sense to me than the guy who I think is let's be clear, Chris, I think JMS is a better center. Right? I think a lot of Tippmann's problems actually come from playing center. Like, Tippmann's pass pro issues come when a nose tackle jumps right up inside his chest, and his long arms. Envision trying to, it's the whole, raise your hand if you've seen Kill Bill. Specifically, I think it's Kill Bill 2. Maybe even KB3. I don't even know if there is KB3. But there's a point where main character has to do an exercise of punching something with 6 inches of windup, and when you've got Tippmann's arm length, it means that somebody who's got his hands right up inside your chest, you are trying to exercise him off of you without next to any ability to extend. Whereas somebody with shorter arms, if the nose tackle jumps up inside your chest, which happens a lot for centers, because obviously you have to snap the ball and then get up, at that point, with shorter arms, the center can actually re-engage later and attempt to at least exercise the full control of their weight. It's an interesting conversation because, Chris, you could argue Joe Tippmann could be a perfectly successful pick at 52 as a guard. He's a crazy puller, super long. There's a lot he'll be able to do inside the Bears' run game. And if he succeeds at guard, perfectly good value out of 30 or out of 52. And while censored, I want to agree with you because I get where you're coming from. I get the passion behind what you're saying. I do think that right now, Cody Whitehair, like cutting him, it creates an unnecessary risk. The cap savings aren't actually that helpful. Like, he is a better center, I have next to no doubt, than Lucas Patrick, who might be fine. But Cody Whitehair has been around the block like, what is it? Like he is the veteran center. Maybe not that I wanted, but at least he provides a veteran presence because I don't think Justin Fields needs a rookie center. That seems to me a bit wasteful, right? Now, I wouldn't surprise me somewhere in here if one of my guys, Jahmyr Gibbs, goes. And I refuse to set this board up in a way that we just wash all the good players onto the Bears. Like, I'd love that, but I want to help prepare for the draft, at least as close to realistically as I can. So let's see. In censored, Cody has the occasional snap problem, but I actually think it's a bit overblown. Mustafa snapped like garbage too, at the very least. And so maybe I'm trying to make the argument that it's not that much of a downgrade. So let's see. Where are the Rams at in their needs? Because we've got OL, DL, RB, but a lot of things aren't coming to mind, to be honest. And I love Cam Smith. Like, if Cam Smith got to here, I think Cam Smith is a fabulous value pick. I think he's better than 39. I think he's better than I more than likely will think he's better than Emmanuel Forbes. Not because I'm a hater, but because I really love Cam Smith's tape. Diane Henley, is he who I think he is? I don't know. Yeah, Patrick, I'm with you, Eric, where when he was playing guard, I thought he got whooped up, which is fine. Not everybody's good at everything, especially somebody that makes a little bit more fit as a natural center. But so I'm going to start dishing some guys to some teams so that we can move through this. Let's go Cam Smith. Maybe, to your point, Ken, they take like an offensive tackle, but and Mario, that hurts because in that case we probably could have handed out Osiris Torrance. Let's see, with them wanting a guard and a center, it wouldn't surprise me in this case to see them take Joey Tips, which sounds ridiculous, but I actually think Tippmann is so intriguing that if he gets to 53, I will be surprised, because I tend to think that when you have something to offer your class, like when you're the player that does that one thing and you do it well, like, I think you get drafted higher than people expect you to, because there are a lot of centers that cannot hit the run pulls that Tippmann can. There are so many centers that don't have the length, near the length that Tippmann can. Tippmann lets you dream the same dreams that a lot of people dreamed with Tyler Linderbaum, in my opinion. And I think people will think that's really valuable. So somebody like the Seahawks that apparently has a need at both guard and center, I can see it. So then we've got, let's see, they didn't take a tackle early, right? No, they did. So we've got the tackle for them. They need some defensive interior. We're going to give them Tommy. Maybe they take him. I think Tommy's going to go a little bit lower. No, I don't. Like, based on traits, I think he's going to go plenty high. He would worry me. Not because I hate him, but because Tommy right now looks very, very, very in transition. Keon White, to use an example, who ought to be somewhere around here. Like, I wouldn't surprise me if Renner just hates him. That's silly. Like, I don't think Keon White got invited to sit in the draft room because the NFL hates him. Let's put it that way. When you are, let me show you guys, Keon White. For those who don't know, when you're this big, you go higher. Like, especially, Ken, we're gonna hand the Panthers Jalen Hyatt. But so when you play at 285 with 34-inch arms at 6'5", and you do the things that you did to some SEC defensive or to some SEC offensive linemen, I think it's gonna get a lot of people's attention, especially because there's a bit of a need for 3 techs around the NFL, and so I think White will go somewhere. We haven't found where it is yet. I'm coming into this and have done not quite enough. I don't know. Like, especially across the NFL. One of my things is that I want to get better this year at actually knowing the rest of the league. But in this case, I think Hyatt goes to Carolina. They want a wide receiver. They get a wide receiver. We're on to the Saints, who it wouldn't surprise me, as ridiculous as it sounds, to see them take Schmitz, who I think is really good. I think that a lot of people have pushed him down a lot of boards, but I think JMS rules. And if I learned anything with some of the players that we saw last year, yeah, no kidding. Like, that may be the case, Mario, but it wouldn't surprise me to see him in the second round. Downs is the dream, but I'd put Hyatt somewhere. I don't know. There's an aspect to this where I can't think that hard, or at least I feel like I can't think that hard because we just got to get through it. So then we'll hand, I don't think Downs fits at all. I'm probably swapping these two if we were going to do it again, but Downs goes to goes to the Titans because he's going to go somewhere. So then with linebacker, I think we get, oh my gosh, what's his name? It is Drew Sanders, who rules. Like, that guy's awesome. Then let's see, did they already get their tackle? They did. So the Jets, who did the Jets need? The Jets have a tight end. Like, could they take Sam Laporta? I think there's some really solid tight ends here. For instance, I think Musgrave could be another weapon. Let's see. If they're getting Aaron Rodgers, which they obviously think they are, I think Laporta makes a little bit more sense than somebody like, I don't know, than Musgrave, because I think Musgrave's good, but Musgrave's a very particular player. So then, let's see. I got to give him somebody. Anybody got any ideas? Because I'm truly open to them. Let's see here. Benton works. Because Benton slaps. I mean, he's really, really good. If the Bears get a chance to take him, I would love for them to. We'll hand Thule out to the Falcons. Did we give the Falcons somebody important? We gave him Tyree. Let's see. With wide receiver, I don't know if it would quite work, but I'll give him Tillman. Because I think that makes sense, at least in my head. That they may take, again, he's a bigger guy. They've obviously got Drake London, but I think that offense wants bigger receivers that can block, not unlike Chicago. And so then we go to Green Bay here, and again, like I'm kind of just, I'm trying not to just like close. And well, what I'm thinking, Mario, is that guys like size, right? But we got to have a surprise somewhere, and certainly this is an option. So I'd love to give him Hendon Hooker, but I just can't see it. Let's see, wide receiver. We already got him a tight end. So then on the defensive line, who's here? We'll hand him Thule, and we won't think too hard about it. Because I think if he needs to, he can play inside. It's not a poor pick. And then let's see, the Patriots come around. I get the impression that the Patriots like faster movers. So with them, let's see, we did pass on tackle for them, right? So they talked to Jalen Duncan. He's a former 4-star recruit. They like Jalen Duncan. I'll make absolutely certain that I'm not making some kind of crazy mistake. They're going to draft Matthew Bergeron. Because that is why I needed to check. You get lost to the shuffle very easily. But yeah, Jalen Duncan, would be a great candidate for that. You could hear my brain turning in that way, where in the second round, they reach down and they grab somebody that everybody goes, he's a third rounder. And then Washington takes Osiris Torrance, and they don't look back at all. With tight end, let's just hand the Lions Laporta. Then at linebacker, I don't even know if he fits their defense, but Trenton Simpson rules, so he goes to the Steelers. Then we got them some offensive line help, so at this point they're looking around. They see, do we have anybody on the defensive interior that's like good? Okay, one name that I don't know where to put him, just being real with you guys, is because let's see, DB makes sense for Tampa. Let's see, Brown. Sidney Brown, everybody loves. A lot of people should love Sidney Brown. Sidney Brown rules. Ji'Ayer Brown, I don't understand what people don't like about him. Like, I see Ji'Ayer Brown and I see the next Eddie Jackson. Like, I see an extremely similar safety, super quick trigger, crazy anticipation, all kinds of scouting, or like of in-game scouting ability and application. I see him beat corners and beat linebackers to their guys. Like, I love Ji'Ayer Brown, and I'll tell you that I look at all kinds of these people, that when they look at a guy like Antonio Johnson, who I more agree than I agree with Renner here a lot more than I've seen some others, where people wanted to have him in the first round and I just didn't see it. Like, I didn't see the athlete. I mean, you got to remember that a safety has to cover ground quickly, and it doesn't really matter how a safety does it. Like, everybody wants the big, fast, long safety, but in the NFL, when you look at the guys that are winning, it's the guys like Kirby Johnson. Yes, of course, Eddie Jackson's in this. I would never leave my guy out. But Minkah Fitzpatrick, like the guys, Adrian Amos has a little bit of this, not a ton, but a little bit of this, where yes, there's athleticism, but you have to be able to recognize, read, and react. And so somebody like Ji'Ayer Brown, like, makes me, or what is it? Yeah, Derwin James is another great example, Jordan, where it's like, if you can't read and react, you can't play safety. I mean, that's more where guys like Jamal Adams sit. Again, I'm not saying that he can't read and react, but you get some guys. This right now is in small criticism of Jaquan Brisker, who I ain't hating. Like, I'm sure he'll get there. We'll see what things look like next year. I would never put that on a rookie safety that they have to be great, right? But Brisker's rookie tape shows one of those safeties that basically converts into a sub linebacker. And that's fine. I mean, Brisker led the team in sacks, which we could say as a tongue-in-cheek joke, but nevertheless, it's kind of funny, right? Like, that you get some of these safeties that are, you get some of these safeties that they're really big hitters, and they play really well in the box, and they can stack and shed, and they can do all kinds of these things that I don't know if I don't know if they actually help you play safety that well, right? And so, in my opinion, when I look at like a safety, I want to see you be able to see coverage and react to what you see in front of you. Read the routes, react to the play. Ji'Ayer Brown is a standout at doing that. And especially on some of the biggest stages, like his Ohio State game is just like clinician safety tape. I mean, amazing reads and reacts. And I love it because, frankly, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, I don't think that the Bears, or not just the Bears. Like, I don't think the NFL is very good at evaluating safeties. They always seem to want the Jabril Peppers types, you know? Like, the guys that are bigger and faster and played in a big-time program. And I love Brian Branch, so I'm not including him in this, but it's part of why, generally, I think first-round safeties are one to avoid, is because I think that teams can get a lot of value out of scouting the guy that people didn't see coming. The JT Woods types, where I really like JT. I'm not about to like stake my name on him, but guys with good ball skills that can move. That's the thing, Jordan. Like, I've watched a little bit of Branch, but he's so not a Bears target that there are guys that I focused on, like, and then there are guys that I just sort of watched tape and went, yeah, he's pretty good, and moved on. Alabama DBs actually not normal. Like, let's use an example. Jordan Battle. Jordan Battle is an Alabama DB, and he's good at it. He's really, really good in a match quarter system that nobody plays in the NFL. In the NFL, you're going to play cover 2. You're going to play cover 3. You're going to play cover 6. You're going to play cover 1 deep safety. And Jordan Battle doesn't like love to hit. He's not exceptionally fast side to side. In the Saban system, he was literally always in the right place. Kudos to him. I bet he will be well coached, but you do have to be able to chase down a receiver in the NFL. Like, if you're going to play rangy safety, you got to be able to make some of the plays that we've seen a guy like Eddie Jackson make, where you go from here. I'll use an example. It really is, Jordan. It really is. In the NFL, when you sit here and when a really fast guy that ran like a 4.45 in college runs a deep outside go and beats your corner, you have to be able to get to there before the ball does. Not dissimilar to a lot of the interceptions that we've seen Jackson haul in. And again, as usual, I'm sticking to the Bears because deviating off the Bears is going to lose a lot of people that are in here. So just visualize all the times that you've seen Jackson get from center to sideline. And Adrian Amos could get to the sideline to make the tackle, but he couldn't get to the sideline to stop the ball. And a lot of that, in my opinion, is anticipation. I mean, when you are a half second late to react, you are a lot slower than the guy who is that's frankly early, like that gets moving before the quarterback does because he recognizes where the ball is going. And that, to me, is really phenomenal. Like that safety's tough. Safety's a weird one. If you ask Robert Schmitz, it's weird because I think it's kind of like center. This is a comparison that I actually really like because The Athletic, who I'm not able to share because they're behind a paywall and I feel really ethically weird about that, but The Athletic posted a chart today that where they talked about which positions are you able to get really good really good players at early and really good players at late, right? And that's the thing, Chris. When we're talking about like or dislike Saban DBs, it's because you have to translate them. I think Saban is an amazing coach. The NFL just plays much simpler schemes than that. And so translating somebody from a Saban scheme to a scheme where they've just got to, run and be an athlete more, it can be dicey at times. Not because they can't mentally handle cover two, right? But because the players that Saban's going to recruit don't always have to do the same things that they're going to ask to do in the NFL. Whereas a guy at Texas Tech, like, you're going to get more, not literally, because there's nobody at Texas Tech. Exactly. Like, that's a good way to put it. Like, not only does Saban have all kinds of tags, checks, hammers, alerts, and other calls that they make both before and during the play at times that determine where they need to go, but they're a lot more precise in their positioning too, Jordan, in my opinion. Spectre, great question. Why are NFL defenses simpler? It is because in college, you can recruit a freshman, redshirt him, sit him as a sophomore, sit him as a junior, and play him as a senior. Or maybe he's really good, and you play him as a junior. And you already got 2 full coaches or years of teaching him the defense. In the NFL, you are fired if it takes people 2 years to learn your defense. The reason that people in the NFL generally run simpler schemes is entirely due, Spectre, to the fact that they need their guys to play fast. Like, the whole Eberflus ethos, I know it's boring, is that they have to, they run cover two because you've run cover two in high school. I am convinced Eberflus doesn't think that cover two is the most crazy, confusing, confounding, villainous, mustache twisty scheme in the NFL. Eberflus thinks that these guys can run it and they can run it fast. Eberflus thinks that you can take Justin Jones and that you can teach him how to play cover two, spot drop, nail down corner. And as long as you can keep him out of cover three, he will look okay for you. Whereas when a quarters team gets down too many defensive backs and somebody makes a mistake, you're giving up touchdowns. It's weird conversation. It's not a conversation a lot of people are going to necessarily love because I do think Eberflus's defensive bones make it harder to field a top 5 defense, but I think it's easier to field a top 10 defense, right? Maybe a top 15 defense with less bones, right? Where it's at the very top, at the highest of high levels, these guys know how to beat it. Offensive players have been playing against this forever. When they see cover two, when they know you're running cover two, they will beat you because they know where the holes are, right? Flus is ultimately trying to get his guys playing faster, playing at a higher level, beating you with talent at the end of the day, like talent and speed, than he is trying to beat you with scheme. Whereas there are other coaches, D'Amico Ryan's a great example of this. I love what it was. Pease, right? Dean Pease in oh my gosh, Atlanta. Like this year, I thought Pease did a phenomenal job against Justin Fields. He threw coverages against him or at him that he had never seen, and it clearly worked. I mean, he did an awesome job. Lou, oh my God, I'm going to butcher his last name, so I'm not even going to try. The Bengals defensive coordinator does a really fun job, like mixing up exotic coverages. And the reason that you have watched, all of you guys have watched the Bills fizzle out in the playoffs defensively every year is because they've had Leslie Frazier. Leslie Frazier thinks very similarly to Matt Eberflus, which is fine because you got to remember that what the Bears have been doing is quietly prioritizing offense. The Bears are acting like if they're going to win in a playoff game, they're going to win it by scoring and keeping you off the field enough times that their scoring wins the day. You got to know that it took a toll on Matt Eberflus that after all of those like points that they scored in the middle of the season, they still managed to lose 10 games in a row. Like, that's not to say that he has to have better talent or that he's going to make himself have better talent. But my personal hope on the way that the Bears manage things is that they will prioritize offense a little bit and try to get as much out of their defense as they can without feeling the need to have 11 All-Pros on the defensive side of the ball. Though they obviously spent a lot on linebacker, which would have been a position that I would have hoped that they went cheaper on. That's fine. I get it. I get why they wanted it. Matt Eberflus loves his linebackers. You talk to almost any defensive coordinator and they're obsessed with linebackers. Like I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying it's how it is, right? And so within this, it's going to be really easy and it's going to be interesting to watch what the Bears do in this draft because now chewing through it, let's get there. I don't know. They need a tight end. There's some good tight ends here. Darnell Washington's going to go to Tampa. I don't even know if it makes sense. We're gonna dish out some picks so that we can get to the dang Bears. Then they've got offensive line. Steve Avila goes off the board. Everybody cries a little bit. The Seahawks just got Tippmann and a defensive lineman. They'll go with, I think they've got enough corners. Tariq Stevenson's a beast. Let's see. Maybe they go with... wouldn't surprise me, Jordan, but we'll see. Let's see. Do we think Poles focus on D if Fields proves he can carry the offense through the air? Spectre, it's going to be a multi-year thing, but maybe. Let's see. They go center. Is there like a good... So the problem for me, interestingly enough, is that I don't know if there is a center that you like have to take Ken in this position if you're the Seahawks already have a center, but for the Bears maybe they take like a Whippler type, but I do think that you could get a Scruggs. I'm surprised that Ricky Stromberg is as low as he is. I think Jarrett Patterson can play a little bit. Gaines is a bit of a project, but he might be able to hang in there, not at center necessarily. I do think Cody Mock is a really interesting choice if that's the direction the Bears want to go, but they don't have a tackle yet, right? So let's see here. With what they have, this is just a consequence of not knowing the Seahawks. I wish I knew him better. Like, I would hand him Tanner McKee if I just, just to give him a pick because we got to get off the board. Maybe they'll go with, say what you will, we're going to give him Brent's. Brent's will work. Never a problem handing him a DB. And now they got two long DBs. That'll do. So 53. This is where it wouldn't surprise me. Remember, everybody, we're going to go a lot faster because this is going too slow for at least what I envisioned, right? So best tackle is probably Wanya still on the board. I like Wanya. I think Wanya's got a lot of things to iron out, yes, but he's got the arm length that Poles loves. He's got the mobility that's going to get Poles going crazy. I think he's got, he's a transfer from an SEC, he's a transfer from like an SEC program, so you got all kinds of pedigree. And if you're going to take him, you are, about some of the teams that are coming later because everybody loves a good tackle. And the walk all the way down gets tough. And I agree with you, Jordan, but I think at some point the Bears would at least consider forcing it. Now, are they going to? I don't know. Like, if it's me on the board and I'm going like best player available, I'm either taking Gibbs because I'm obsessed, or I'm taking Tyreek Stevenson because he's really good and he would flat play. If I'm going to go with the more valuable position, I'm going to land on Stevenson, which isn't a draft that I like so far either, to be honest with you. Like, so we're all on the same page. I'm not stoked. But like, I think that's the best player, and it helps Carter. Jordan, right now we've got Carter. Like, we had to go scenario 1, and scenario 1 is Carter falls to the Bears. So within that, like, what do we do now? And so I think corner makes too much sense, especially because you don't know if Jalen Johnson's going to be able to stay healthy. I think right now they've got Kyler Gordon penciled in as the nickel, which I think they find a positive. Like, they think their nickel corner is one of their best, one of their best possible options. Another player that I don't think gets near enough shine, but is a legitimate option. It's not Isaiah Foskey. This is where, gosh, I wish, if I can be honest with you, I wish there was a way on PFF's board to just not see, right? Because I think being able to see it is cheating. Like, you have to remember that every defensive or every GM just gets to pick with their board, sitting in a room, not literally, but like sitting in a space, sharing it with 31 other players, right? And so, or not 31 other players. Wow, can't speak today. 31 other teams. Like, if you love somebody, you have to sit there and wait for 31 other teams to get their chance. And so I hate the fact that this lets me cheat, because it lets me know how I can gimmick the draft to where I want to, because I can still get Michael Wilson at blank and so on and so forth, right? But we live with that. So let's see. If I'm thinking, like, let's go through a couple scenarios, taking a look at, we've got an interior defender. If we're looking at edge rushers, I think that the guy who, Keon White's good. He'll be up here. Foskey wouldn't surprise me, but also, Sean, I don't think Foskey's as powerful as a lot of people want him to be. Certainly not as much as I want him to be. Like, he struggles to convert speed to power. Doesn't seem to want to play through that outside edge. And that's fine, but I don't think he'll get there. One guy that I think doesn't get near enough attention, and that I think Matt Eberflus is going to go obsessive crazy over, is Zach Harrison. I think the whole NFL is going to love Zach Harrison, because, I mean, remember, we're talking about somebody who, like, he's got crazy wingspan. He's got really, really, really nice height and weight. Like, I mean, we're talking 6'5", 274, perfect edge defender. Wouldn't surprise me at all if the Bears are thinking that, because he's like tailor-made to play in this Matt Eberflus system. The fact that Renner's got him down here means that he must hate 4-3 edge defenders. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, Keon White's not a bad option, but he's not as good, in my opinion, as what Zach Harrison is. And so it wouldn't surprise me to see the Bears go in that direction. Can they stay off of offense for that long? Maybe. I think Carl Brooks is interesting, Jordan. I think Carl Brooks, I want to, I don't know. I think I'm doing that thing where I'm hating on a small school guy because he played for a small school, because I didn't get to see him against great competition. He dominated functionally everybody he saw. It's just, I don't know. I would love to have seen him at a different weight, but right now as a one tech, I think he's interesting, but not 53 interesting. Though this is where the fact that I've got bents towards other players and I've basically learned everybody based on a certain draft board really comes into play. You're going to get some good players in this third round. Like, that's a good thing for the Bears. If they can trade down and secure a better position. See, that's the thing, Ken. I get to cheat. Right? That's where I could theoretically take corner, and I know I'll get Wanya. I could drop as low as I just about wanted to, and, like, I could still get Wanya Morris. I'm going to. Like, look, I could go Zach Harrison, and then because it's a 2-round mock draft, I can... John, I actually don't know. I think that there's a treasure trash aspect to that I've been wondering about for a little while. So then with the Chargers, maybe they go with, like, Tank Dell. I don't know who's going to draft Tank Dell, to be honest with you. Like, I find Tank Dell extremely scary. There are a lot of light receivers in this draft, and oh my gosh, he is great. He's the lightest. I think he's one of the lightest ever. Like, I mean, he's so small, and I know he's a dog, but all the people that are like, I don't know, you got him, man. I'm like, I think that's the attitude that gets a lot of people snake bit a lot. So we'll hand the Lions Tyreek Stevenson because he's got to go somewhere. I'll pass. Let's see. We need another DB. I just don't think Garrett Williams is like that good, but I'm glad he does. Let's see. Edge defender. Maybe Foskey goes here. I'm not a huge fan of Carter either, but never trying to be like a hater. Maybe like a Whippler type goes here. And like, yeah, John, I'm with you. I get it. I do. Still. Let's see. You never reach for a safety. Tight ends on the board or Luke Musgrave. We already gave the Giants. Oh, yeah, you're right. We'll give him Musgrave. Why not? I don't know. Like, I'm just going to pull a couple guys off the board just because at this point, like, I'm having to think through what I already gave them and get crazy about what they would want. Jack Campbell in a Cowboys uniform makes too much sense. Garrett Williams, because they got to take a DB somewhere. And then, man, at this point, like, Mario, I don't know. Like, I hear you. I think the Bears can get more value out of the second round if they take a corner there, like if they're going to take one at all. But so let's see here. You know, the more we play with this, the more that I wonder if Gibbs actually will fall. Because if not, somebody else will. Bengals need a guard. We could take an interior. Oh, they'll probably take Mock in this case. Let's see. Apu. Who is Apu? Am I missing something? Let's see. Is there an APU? But so 61. Oh, like Siaka Ika? Like Siaka? I gotcha. I really worry about so Siaka as a one tech almost interests me, but all the tape that I can find of him, a lot of people will crow about his pass rushing ability, but he can't finish. Like, Siaka Ika is so slow that he makes functionally no impact on wide zone and or wide zone runs, some split zone runs, it depends. And then when he has to switch and rush the passer, he can do it, but it's not particularly successful because he can't close. Like, pass rushing is not unlike Glengarry Glen Ross. Always be closing. ABC, baby. And so with 61, I feel like the Bears, because it's a teeny tiny draft, like if I'm them, I might take Gibbs here because I do think that this front office really values, I think they really, really value running backs. Like I do. In a world where they could take Cody Mock at 61, then they probably will, right? And at least maybe they would. And then they could theoretically take Wanya Morris a couple picks later. But we're starting to run into the dangers of what happens if you don't take a tackle early because I don't want to say they're hosed, but they can get kind of stuck, right? Exactly, Chris, right? I mean, Siaka Ika's a sweet two-gapper. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I think the Bears are looking for somebody a little more Grover Stewart and a little bit less Eddie Goldman. I think Ika's really good at what he does. What he does is eat space. Like, he is your classic Fangio style 3-4 nose tackle. Bears just don't need that. And so I tend to think that they'll stay away, if I had to guess. But what do I know? I mean, truly, what do I know? And so then at 61, like, if I'm the Bears and I'm trying to balance need, like, I don't know, Gibbs plus Fields would be electric. Like, the Gibbs plus Fields would be fireworks. Gibbs plus Fields would be your pass catching back. He could play a heavy role in your offense, and he would, like, Keanu already went, like, what is it? I had him go in 43. Like, Gibbs makes a lot of sense in the second round or the third round. The Bears could take a tackle. I don't know. The more I look at it, the more I don't know whether a lot of these tackles are going to go as hot off the press as I thought they would. In the first round, they will. But starting in the second round, like, I'm just not so sure that everybody's going to reach like absolute crazy people. So maybe the Bears take Gibbs here. Kobe Turner's not gone yet, Damo, but I don't know where Kobe's going to go at this point. He's one of the guys on my list that I need to close up on because there's a couple that I just want to have done before I head to New York for the draft, which won't be able to stream, not next week, but the week after that, like the week of the draft, I'll be in NYC. So we will be streaming just on a different channel. Follow my Twitter for where that'll be. We'll talk about the draft with other people. Charbonnet rules. Charbonnet is more your true runner, whereas Gibbs would be like a runner plus pass catcher. It's not that Charbonnet can't do it. I think Charbonnet is a fabulous runner of the football and a really good pass blocker. But so let's see. Well, in this case, Jordan, they definitely already have 3 tech because they have Jalen Carter. But so let's see with Anton and Skoronski. I think I totally get what you mean. If the Bears actually got a shot at somebody like Keon White, I don't know. Keon White has the frame to play 3 tech. Keon White is a defensive end. Like, based on the way he naturally plays football, he wants to play defensive end. That's what gets me so twisted up with Adetomiwa Adebaware, guys, is his hands and his body act at defensive end. Even when he's a 3 tech, like, he can make the plays. Like, he has a couple of reps at 3 tech that make you think, man, like, this guy could do it. But then he's got like 70% of the reps in the game where he's just getting bodied because he keeps trying to play it like he's a stand-up defensive end on the inside. Like, all of his habits scream defensive end. Whereas with Keon White, you think to yourself, okay, you know what? This guy could learn it. Like, I can see it. I could see the straight line burst. I can see the reach and the way that you're trying to win with it. Like, I can understand how this would work on the inside. But I don't know. It's complicated. Anton rules, Jordan. Honestly, Anton, like, so I group my tackles. This is silly, but it's real. Like, I rank them because I have to. Where I guess I have like, I put everybody in really specific little categories. It's why I don't know where to put Jalen Hyatt, to use an example, because Jalen Hyatt is in your like game breaker category, but I'm a bigger fan of possession guys, and so like. Anton Harrison is second in a lot of categories, like, in my opinion. That's the thing, Jordan. There are people that now have Keon White in the 4th and 3rd round. I don't see the value in the 40s, but I think once you get to the 60s, Keon White's really good. Like, really good value, especially if you get him even lower than that. But so, anyways, back to the task at hand. I think that there's a lot of players that the Bears certainly could take. In this case, I don't know. I'll give him Gibbs because we got to reset. And then I'm just going to reset the draft board because now let's run through some faster ones. Like, let's go at 9. We'll turn care for positional value up quite a bit at this point. Well, that's the thing, Jordan. Like, let's be plain. I love Charbonnet. I think Charbonnet's the way better. It's complicated, man. Right? Because on one hand, do I think Charbonnet's the better player? Kinda. But I think that, I don't know, like, the Bears have 2 of these like tank backs, and I tend to think that if you're Chicago, you could make some serious gains if you went crazy on speed. Like, if you plugged Gibbs in and you just revved the engine up and said, hey, on like 1st, 2nd, 3rd down, like, you are not pass blocking. You are going to cut block, maybe chip block sometimes, and then, like, most of the time, you're just going to get out and catch a pass. And Fields can trust that. Like, that's sweet. That's really, really sweet. So, let's go with this. Tuned up the settings a little bit. We'll see what happens. That's a good way to put it, John. Charbonnet's a better running back. Gibbs the better weapon. So, what do we have here? That flew by. So, C.J. Stroud goes, Bryce Young goes, Will Anderson goes, Anthony Richardson goes, Tyree Wilson off the board, Jalen Carter, Will Levis, Skoronski, all off the board. At this point, if the Bears go this way, like that, this works for me. I'm going to see if I can't trade back. Let's take a look at the options that we've got. We've got 27, 29, 35, 67. I can't do it. WCG, yeah, dead. I probably would. Like, at this point, if I can trade back, I would like to, because I think that there's a lot of good options. Like, for instance, everybody here has picked a different player that I think all rule, right? The one that I can't get with, Mario, I want to draft a corner, and by want, I mean, like, I get why. Based on this board, Christian Gonzalez is BPA, right? Being very blunt. But with where the Bears are, I don't think that they can afford having a premier corner with still a really good corner. Like, if you're drafting Christian Gonzalez, you are writing Jalen Johnson out of the picture, which is fine, but you still don't have much help in the trenches. And so you've got a premier player, but I think that this Matt Eberflus scheme is tailor-made to make DBs better. Does that make sense? Like, if I'm Tampa, not literally, because that's not the point. Like, if I'm Detroit is a good example, where based on what they run, if they get a superstar defensive back, that's going to really help them. I think that's a real question for them. Like, we gave them a defensive back the first time we went through this for a reason. That would make them a dangerous defense. Jalen Carter makes them an extraordinary defensive line. But you still need to get good corner play out of your guys, or DJ Moore's going to find a way to get open. And so I tend to look at this situation, and I feel like this is where we've gotten boxed into 9, which I'm glad we have, because this is a great situation, right? You've got all 4 quarterbacks went in the first 8 picks, outlining them here. There's not some magical trade down target. This is a very likely scenario, right? And I can't draft Anton. I can't, like, me personally. I am pretty Jalen or bust. Like, and then if you bust, you try the trade down route. We did. Nobody's open, right? And so, John, while I hear you about picking JSN, I'm picking a tackle. And so if I'm Ryan Poles, right? Let's call it what it is. A lot of people have mocked the Bears with Darnell Wright. I believe that is actually a flag of interest in trading down, right? And so if I had to, like, again, I'm just reading the tea leaves like anybody else is, right? The way that we've seen Mel Kiper come out and he's mocked right to the Bears, and a couple others have come out and they've mocked right to the Bears. That says that they've heard the Bears, to me anyways, tell them that they like Darnell Wright, but then they stick right at 9 because they can't talk about the trades, or maybe nobody told them about the trades. I think that when the rubber meets the road, Ryan Poles is going to absolutely love the fact that Paris Johnson played right guard, then played left tackle, then, so theoretically, not only are you talking about a relatively young player from an experience perspective, but he's got experience on the right-hand side, so that if you want to make Paris your right tackle, you can, and the Bears may go ahead and do that. So I'll give him Paris Johnson. Again, Robert Schmitz's perspective, any of these 4 guys work for me. And that's fine. I'll live with any of them, because all 4 of them are massive upgrades to what the Bears have right now. These, like, you're talking, like, my favorite day 1 guy. You're talking between Anton and Broderick, both of them are pretty tied, in my opinion, for project number 1. And then Paris kind of projects into that project perspective, but, like, he's your highest ceiling, I think, just because of the frame, because of the feet, because of all kinds of things that they want to do there. And so then at this point, like, you could go with any of these 4 and it really won't bother me. And I get what you mean, Mario, because he's the best player, but I think that they end up getting, or if they're boxed in at 9, they pick Paris Johnson. So then let's see what happens further down the board. We're going to rip through a couple of these. Wow. Okay. So the draft thing moves really fast now. Where did we have go, or what happened where? But so that's the thing, Jordan. I can see why you don't like him. Like, you prefer anchor guys. It's why Broderick sticks out to you. Darnell sticks out to you. Anton sticks out to you. All 3 of those guys at that point, right? Like, where these guys, you hit them in the chest and their chest hits back, which I'm sure you're just like, ah! With Paris, I understand why they would do it. I can frankly understand why you'd think his anchor would get better. But so then at that point, yeah, JSN is a Packer, which hang me. Don't literally. Whoa, I don't. That may get me banned, which sucks. But like, Chris, the nice thing is with Paris, I actually don't think there's that much projection. I don't think he got like whooped at Ohio State. Like I thought he played quite well. There's plenty of times when, I don't know. I think Paris is most likely to actually have a moderately rough year next year, which maybe that's telling on what I think about him, you know? But I think of the four that are in there, I think Anton's going to handle himself just fine at the next level. One of the funniest things that Anton Harrison does is that he will recover like a maniac. Like when I've seen Anton Harrison, for instance, there's this one rep against Felix Anudike Uzoma where Anudike Uzoma loses the outside and dips back inside, and when he did dip back inside, he almost beat Anton. So Anton pulled it, who didn't have his hands because his hands were gone, dipped his shoulder down, picked Uzoma's leg up with his right shoulder, and then just fell on him. Like, it was hilarious because he just stuck his shoulder and arm out and basically tripped him. But because he did it with his shoulder, it was legal. He gets creative when it comes to recovering. Broderick is just like a bar fighter, which is super duper fun. Like there's all kinds of things to love. Let's see. Anyways, Quentin Johnston goes here. Let's see. Devin Witherspoon. Interesting. Broderick Jones. So we do get a little bit of a tackle run, but it's not near as bad as the one that I had. I would just be so stunned if the Steelers picked a safety in the first round, like over their tackle need, especially with some decent tackles on the board. I get going for value, but I don't know. I think Renner's way too low on these tackles, to be honest with you. So then Brissy, who I think that's who we sent to them. Deontay Banks at weird draft. Like, I get it, but it's just sort of funny to see. So then let's see. Manzi Smith, Dewan Jones, Cam Smith, R.I.P. me. Abaware. We didn't even send Ringo, I don't think. R.I.P. Darnell Washington. Would love for him to fall. Don't know if it'll happen. Hendon Hooker is going to make me sad wherever he gets drafted because I just don't want to believe that people are actually going to put themselves there, but they are. And so then I'm not the biggest Thule guy. I think Thule is kind of neither. Like, where when I look at Thule, just spoken as honestly as I can, I see somebody who's not really a 3-tech and he's not really an edge rusher, at least at the NFL level. Like, I know there are some people that are really high on his traits and stuff like that, but I don't see the burst. I don't see the power for him to just like whoop a bunch of people on the inside. And then on the edge, I don't think he's got the cornering ability to win there either. So at least for me, like if we get here and the Bears have taken a tackle and the Bears, let's see, Keanu Benton's on the board, I think they could easily take care. I'm gonna game the board because again, PFF has handed me the cheat sheet. So we're going to take Keanu Benton because I think he's Grover Stewart reincarnated. We're going to slow the heck out of this draft down so that we can at least talk about what happens as if it happens. So then Brents is off the board, which sucks, and Stevenson because both of them could really play in this defense. So then at 61, let's see, Tippmann's fallen a lot further than I expected him to. And with his GC versatility, I really, really like him. Like, not only can he do a lot of great things in the running game, but I think from a polls perspective, I think that he fits super duper well. Because again, if he doesn't learn C, he can play G and you live with it. So we're going to take Tippmann. Let's see. You lose out on Zach Charbonnet and Tuli Tupulopo. How far down is the Bears' next pick? It's 103. Let's see. Denny's Sim? Denny? Did you say Denny's? Like the breakfast place? Let's see. Then at this point, I would think to go Zach Harrison, honestly, as low down as 103, but I don't think they're going to let us get him. So we'll go Zach Harrison. We'll drop down. We'll see who's on the board. Whatever you've got, like, I'm down to use, by the way, because I'm certainly interested. At this point, Carl Brooks actually makes a lot of sense here. I think that'd be really good value down at like 103, even with what is this? Even with the guys that we've already drafted. Mock draft database. Does mock draft database have a simulator? Because you're right, it's all user aggregated, which is why you get some really weird stuff in there sometimes. But that happens. Man, this is a guy I've been watching recently, Zach Kuntz. He is so funny because Kuntz, so first of all, he's got a knee injury, which is never great. But He is outrageously athletic. He is, hang on, gotta text wife back. So Kuntz is outrageously athletic, especially when he gets to the second and third level. He is fast as all get out, and his motor runs incredibly inconsistently. He does not like blocking. When he does block, he's actually an outstanding blocker. Like, when he gets his hands on a guy and drives him, it is goofy how much displacement this guy gets. It's just, how helpful is that when your guy doesn't want to do it? And so I'm not saying he's like going to be the next Mike Gesicki, but he's definitely somebody that Ryan Pace might be interested in, because, I mean, just take a look. I am not crazy enough to think that measurables make the man, but oh my gosh, right? Like, this is hilarious. Or just looking at this, because you see it on his tape. Like, we can go through Kuntz if you want to. I got it right here. We've got all kinds of tape that we can walk through. But, like, there are so many people that are super excited about Luke Musgrave, which I get. Kuntz is outrageously athletic. He is outrageously athletic. I mean, when he gets his hands on somebody and drives them, he does it. When he wants to get open downfield, he can. And that would fit, frankly, Justin Fields in what he wants to do, because if you have a guy that is 6'6" and 5/8, he's 255 pounds, and he's flying open down the seam or on deeper corners, like, I get it. I mean, that's fun. That's flat out fun. I see Mike Gesicki. A lot of people wanted Mike Gesicki in free agency. This is Mike Gesicki at home. Like, he's older. I don't know how well he knows the offense, to be honest with you guys. Like, I don't know if it's timidity or if it's just I hate contact that you see in his game, which that may really turn off, like, the Bears organization specifically. But jeepers, because I hear or completely agree, Jordan, though. I actually can't remember how Jordan Cameron played. It's just funny looking at a guy like this, where you see some stories here and there, and you're like, I don't even know if I'm a huge fan, but you're so athletic, you have my attention. So let's see, we've gone trench, and ironically, a lot of the best players here are trench players. So don't we love that? We've already taken a center. Like, it gets a little tougher for a skill position player. Let's see who we got here. Xavier Hutchinson certainly isn't bad. I think Charlie Jones is a solid option if we're getting down this far. Not the biggest Dontavion Wicks fan in the world. Mingo's who we're going to pick. I'll give it a little bit. I need to watch Parker Washington. He's somebody that I've been meaning to get to, but I don't think Mingo is near this bad. Like, I think Mingo is a savvy route runner. I think he's fast for his size. I think he's a crazy tough blocker. Like, when you talk about better Equanimeous St. Brown, this is the guy you're looking for. Or Michael Wilson, who I think is going to fall a lot further than wherever he got drafted in this case. Like, Michael Wilson at 83, I don't know. Maybe he would get drafted there. But we're talking with Michael Wilson, even though he's one of my favorite players, about a guy who got, like, he had two major injuries, and missed serious time. But so I am actually surprised to see the Booty fans. Let's see. Where is he? Oh, right here. Keishon Butte. I think it's more of a name. Like, I don't know if you guys have actually, Mondo, this it's not a critique. Like, Chris, I trust you. I do not see it. Like, the boom is atomic, Chris, and that's great. But I actually think the Bears, everybody's going to laugh at me. I think the Bears need, unless it's Jalen Carter, which I've just accepted, right? I think the Bears need higher floor at this point than they do, like, higher ceilings. Boring, yes, but the Bears are in a position where they need their offense to be good enough to where we can very, very, very clearly evaluate Justin Fields, who I think will come through. With somebody like Mingo, who I'm going to draft, let's see, if you draft Mingo, you are slotting him in, and you are saying, okay, we're going to run this offense around DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney, and Chase Claypool, whatever we can get out of Chase Claypool. But then Mingo's going to come in and he's going to block like crazy for us. And if you ignore him, like you're going to, what is this? Like if you ignore him, he's going to beat you. Like that's the thing, Jordan. Like there's a lot of our conversations, Jordan, come down to we like a lot of the same players. You'll just love them. And I'll put them in a box where for me, Mingo's a third rounder. Getting a third rounder in the high fourth round is a done deal. And so I'm going to take it. Like, he's exactly the kind of guy that I think the Bears want. Man, this thing just goes so fast. I do tend to think that the Bears are going to look for a tight end when they get the chance to, but we're not there yet. And I'd love to know the corner class more, but I got so into watching offensive linemen that, let's see. Interesting, John. That they just miss more games when they have a problem. So he spoke so well of his coaches that it wouldn't surprise me if he just has a problem. Yeah, I realize that. Oh, can I? No, I think I lose the current draft. That's the thing, Mario. Like I need to adjust the speed because clearly I turned it up way too much. But so I'm interested to see where Deuce Vaughn goes because he's like your classic, everybody's favorite running back, tall guys that have crazy, stupid highlights. Like everybody loves it, right? But that's where it is. Wow. Yeah, we had it on Mega Giga Turbo. But so let's see. Jordan, that's the thing though. I don't mind. Chris, wait, hang on. Bingo stats. Aren't we talking about a guy who had like 800 yards? Like, I know it's probably not all the production in the world that you're looking for because I get it. But we're talking about a guy who played a role inside of an admittedly pretty goofy, I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I was about to say, Jordan, you're taking the words out of my mouth. The Lane Kiffin offense is not dissimilar to what they run at Tennessee, which plenty of people produced in. Don't get me wrong. But Jalen Hyatt stats, because I actually can't remember how much people, like, produced specifically in Tennessee. Okay, yeah, he caught a bunch of balls. But the Lane Kiffin Ole Miss offense is very like run and gun, run a bazillion plays, run them a specific way. Whereas Mingo was going to get out and block for a lot of the short screens that like what is it? Other people were going to catch and run with. So I really don't have a problem with it. Like I actually think the 871 yards shows up really well across his game tapes. Where when you take a look at this, please don't prove me wrong. He is relatively healthily productive in almost every game that he played, except for the Kentucky and the Auburn games, which I can't pretend to be the expertest expert, right? But like then I look at the fact, or like Nito, he had 270 or 47 yards against Vandy, but yeah, I don't know. Like that's the thing. I get it, Mario, that I think that there's plenty of reason to be doubtful. Like I look at Mingo's tape, and to be clear with you guys, like I don't ever have particularly high expectations for third round wide receivers. Like, because that's the thing, Chris. I hear you. I don't think ESB is a good receiver at all. Like, I don't think ESB can get open on the dig route. I've seen him fail to do so. Certainly, we've obviously got that curl that we all go back to with the Packers game that last year. So I look at ESB as somebody that absolutely should be on your practice squad. Like, if you're a good football team, Equinemius St. Brown should probably be playing practice squad minutes for you. That's fine. Thank you so much, Knox. Thank you. That is outrageously kind of you. But so within that, like I think to myself that Mingo could come in, slot in as, again, when I say better ESB, it's important that it's like you get the blocking of ESB, but you get a better receiver, which is core. Because I think that the Bears want these two-way receivers really badly. So then let's see. I think the Bears would want a DB, and I'm just not deep enough in my corner evals to know at this point. Like, I know scattered names around here, especially in like some of the running back and tight end department. Maybe they go with like a Kuntz at this point. I guess they've got the ADP on like 128, and so maybe that's the direction they go. Or like, I don't know, maybe they go with like a Yaya Diaby or something like that. But at this point, I would guess that they go with like Kuntz, and then they take a running back. So let's see which which backs are still here. Okay, so if I was going to go through and talk about the guys that I know. I like Eric Gray. Not the home run hitter type guy, but he's more your 3-down back that has a bunch of different movement tools. He doesn't have a 4th gear, let alone a 5th gear, like slow, as close to slow as you're going to get. But he does a really good job of navigating like within that. Man, Jordan, you like Keaton Mitchell? The 2 games I watched of Keaton Mitchell, I just did not see it. I mean, I thought he seemed slow and small, which to me seems like a killer. Like, solid vision, sure, but I don't know. Like, as a pass catcher, I thought he was a better route runner. Or no, I can't remember the specifics here. Let me check my draft sheet. Why not? Let's see. It's around here. With Keaton, he's got gas when he gets into a lane. Let's see. No, it didn't feel to me like he had feel in the pass game, which really bothered me. He's tough, but he's small for his size, like 5'9", 184, which would worry me, at least given the things that the Bears have. I think they more want I think they want a back like Jahmyr Gibbs, if I had to guess. Maybe they want a back like Zach Charbonnet works too, because obviously they're both really good. But it seems like they want these guys that, sure, they can catch the ball, but also can they run the ball? And maybe they'd want a faster guy. Like maybe their complaint with Gray would be that he's too slow, and that they'd stick with a guy like Chase Brown. I'll pick Chase Brown. I think a lot of people like Chase Brown. I think Deuce is going to be more of a change of pace guy within what they've got going on. Evan Hull, I thought, played well at the Senior Bowl, but if memory serves, like if Brown's the guy I remember him to be, they're going to be like, they're fast, which fits really well. Mario, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they're fans of Roschon Johnson, but he's higher up. And I came around on Roschon Johnson a little while ago. Yeah, if we're talking one cut runner plus pass catcher, I think that absolutely works for what they want. Ji'Ayer is going to head off the board. X there in round 5 makes all kinds of sense. Like, I think that Xavier Hutchinson is going to become one of those guys that a lot of teams just sort of forget exists, and then they get punished for it. Yeah, Jordan, I'm glad you did. Like, let's see. Again, once we get into the 5th round, like, I can't pretend that I know a lot of these guys. I know some of them, frankly, scattered guys, but at this point, like, I'm better in the top 3 rounds. I think Mekhi Blackman is a solid corner. I think he's better than Jay Ward, who's around, frankly, where I would have had him. If Kittrell's a dream at nickel, like, nickel's an important position, but then again, I don't think the Bears are looking for that. A lot of this comes down to draft nicks that really do watch all these guys are amazing. So any of you guys that are listening where you have actually watched like all of them, like, I love it. Thank you. Great job. Let's see. Vision, burst, balance, and vision again. I love it, John. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Like, all of that, when you say that, that screams to me Jahmyr Gibbs. Or Charbonnet. Charbonnet's got great burst for his size. Gibbs obviously has burst for days. I mean, Gibbs is the rare back that you see that's like, wow, he seriously has all kinds of stuff. So Chris, Zavala was still available, but we got Tipman, who I think is going to be a guard as well as a guard as well as a center. So you can do both. Well, Jordan, in this case, like, I'm running shorter drafts because as soon as we get to the 7th round, I'm not going to pretend I know. I feel like it would be disingenuous to pretend I knew. I think, let's see, if there's anybody, like, if you guys want to watch film, you let me know. We'll go through a couple more scenarios because I think they're worthwhile. But we've covered a lot of the mock drafting. If there are players that you want to review, we can. If not, we can find something else to talk about or close up early. We'll try to end around 11, 11:30, maybe 12. But and Jordan, I haven't. But if I've learned anything, live watching film of a prospect, I have to say something. I just have to talk about something. And it's tough. The problem for me, okay, so let's do it, Mario. Let's see. I don't know why they wanted it super turbo mega speed. We'll sit here. We'll do well. The Tyree scenario has to fall to the Bears, where I think they just take him, and it's not dissimilar to what happens if the Bears end up at like, oh my gosh, it's not dissimilar to what happens if the Bears end up with Carter. Like they have the same problems to navigate. So if the Bears take Christian Gonzalez, which is awesome, like he's a really good player, I don't think it it helps, but now they need a whole new defensive line. They need an offensive tackle, and they have to do it with way less picks, which I love Christian Gonzalez. The problem is, Mario, they have laid a bed of deep and desperate needs. Deep and desperate needs. So, for instance, at this point, I think that they end up pretty well boxed into, let's see, at 53, they've got some options. I feel like they would have to go with like a Benton type or maybe a Tipman, but just because you got to get something on these lines. Let's say that they go, I really do believe Harrison is going to end up going much earlier. Like, I really do. And not to mention it'll test the board a little bit. We'll see if Benton falls. He did not. So with Benton not falling, I think that then they take a look at the board and they draft like, it wouldn't surprise me if Tip comes off here. And then they're going to try to get a tackle later. Do they risk it? Maybe what they would do, I am straight shooting from the hip here, is that they would trade down. They'd pick up another there and maybe a future 4. I don't know. I don't actually know if the Buccaneers have much of what I'm looking for, but when they trade down, let's see. Duncan's off, but Wanya's still there. Again, we're board cheating a little bit, but now they've got a tackle. They've got an interior lineman. They've got an edge. They've got the corner. And then we got to get a little further down. And let's see, did either Carl Brooks made it? He's the draft pick. You're going to try him at 3 tech. If he has to play 1 tech, you live. Or Benton and Brooks are both going to give that a shot. And so you basically just see who's going to play the best player who's the better player from there. And so then you get a little further down here, and who do we have at receiver? I think Hutchinson is an interesting choice. I don't know if he would. I really don't know if he would fit. Let's see. Can we do a pickup of interior offensive line earlier in the draft, but let OT waiter and use the stopgap vet? That I feel like we did, John. Actually, in this case, we took Tipman at 61, which I think he's going to go earlier. One thing that we can do is that we can, you know what? You bring up a good point. What is this? Mock draft database. I'm down to try anything. Do they have a simulator? They do. Okay, good. Because let's test some other ones so that we can't cheat the board quite as much. Let's go a 4-round draft. We'll go normal. What kind of trading? Standard. Let's enter the draft room. What do I got to do to run it? Let's see here. Start. Richardson, Gonzalez, Carter, Anderson, Wilson. Let's see, we have an offer from, what am I reading? Oh, 390. No, we're rejecting that. Okay, so I can't believe Stroud made it to 9 immediately, which is stunning. Let's see. Yeah, clearly, we've got some seriously funky picks. So we didn't get to trade down, which is fine. We'll live with it. It wouldn't surprise me if they're going to go with Paris Johnson at this point. We've kind of already covered that scenario, but let's see what happens in the second round, because that does have me. You know what? This is the one where they draft Roderick Jones, because let's throw some chaos into it. Yeah, I can offer a trade, but Jordan, you are going to bang that table for Lucas Van Ness until the table breaks, which, mad respect. When you love a player, love him. Let's see who comes off the board and who sticks around. Charbonnet, JMS. What? I mean, in the real world, you would have to take this. I know it's a bunch of nothing picks, but you get a round 2 and a round 4. Thank you, Stokes. I agree. Like, excuse me? We'll just play it straight. But of course, John, you would have to take it. But we'll play it straight for the sake of... I appreciate the fact that they've got my guy, Trenton Simpson. He's your coverage linebacker type. The Bears don't have a need for that. But if they did, there you go. Let's see. We already took Broderick Jones. We've got... Like, I get the why it's suggesting me Steve Avila. But did we lose all of our edges, basically? How do I look back through the draft? Is there a way? Show. Duh. No, wait, not like that. Let me see. There. Bent. Let's see where they have people going. Dewan, Cam, Adebaware, Washington, Brian Branch, Sanders, Benton, Downs. I don't love Clark Phillips. Not trying to be a hater. Foskey goes, Charbonnet goes, Gibbs. Man, that would hurt. Like, losing Sharbs, Gibbs, and JMS would break both me and probably Jacob Infante's heart. But man, we lost Foskey. We lost, we lost the center prospect, so to speak. Like, let's see here. How far down the dang board do I have to scroll? Marvin Mims is getting a bad rap. Marvin Mims is what people want Jalen Hyatt to be, in my opinion. Like, Marvin Mims, Rashee Rice is interesting. Jordan, I know you're staying. Stop. Like, Rashee Rice to me looks like an interesting power slot. Watching him at the Senior Bowl, I was surprised at how little he dominated. Like, I thought, frankly, that it didn't surprise the more that I looked at it. Just because the more tape that I watched, the more that I didn't see the big hulking guy that I wanted to see, that he was listed as. And instead I saw a surprisingly thin, surprisingly normal-sized guy that won with, like, versatility and a lot of it, but that there are better athletes that can do more things for you. Tucker Kraft would be really interesting. I think it's certainly, like, why not? Part of me thinks that you've still got to fill the trenches somehow. Derek Hall would be interesting, but what does click to defend your pick mean? Oh, you can, like, write a little defense? That's hilarious. Derek Hall, mock draftable. Do they even have one? Let's see. That's what I thought. So I feel like he'd have to bulk up if he was going to play edge. I've seen a lot of people mock Derek Hall to the Bears, and I think the Bears want, like, a defensive end, like a defensive end. Like, they want a 275. That's part of why I keep mocking Harrison up here, is because they want a guy that's 275 that can throw knuckles. And Derek Hall, while awesome, like, is a rocket in forward. He has next to no bend. He's got relatively stiff hips. Like, he's fun. He's really fun, but he's not the Bears type. And so that's fine. It just means that the Bears would probably have to get fairly creative if the board fell this way, because I think that they'd keep looking. Like, I don't actually know if they would force it that bad. It is kind of funny that we end up getting, like, we end up getting a nice little fall on tackles at this point with some seriously solid players. Wouldn't surprise me, actually, if they go Brent's here. So I'm going to do it. Then Ika, Johnson, Simpson, Talipo, Bergeron. Seriously? That's the goofiest little trade. Let's see. And then that is also pretty sweet, but we can't do it. And then just give me future picks. Hey, shoot your shot. We're going to stick with the board that we've got. This is sweet value, actually. Like, fallback 5 picks, get 96 at the same time. Would love it, but I think the Bears are going to trade at some point, by the way. But I don't think I can do the trading for it. We can, but, like, the more that I've done trade mock drafts, the more that it's like, well, we could guesstimate who's going to be where, but I don't know. We could guess on value, but then you can like take these draft simulators for an absolute ride. And if you guys want to, we can. But I don't know. I think Laporta would be really fun. Really, really fun. I'm super curious as to where they've got Zach Harrison. 84. We're not going to get, let's see, we can get to 64, of course, and then like take him. So who's just like screaming out my name, basically? Because I think one of these guys we're going to basically hope, we're going to cross our fingers and pray we could steal. I haven't watched Tucker, or I keep trying to watch Tucker Craft, but the only thing that I can find is broadcast film, which is fine. It just means I need to suck up and watch it. But so, let's see here. It wouldn't surprise me if they'd like Laporta. So then they add a tight end. Reject. Oh, wow. I just realized we're going to get like one decent pick at defensive line. Like, for the sake of switching it up, we won't go with Harrison. Just because we can't. Like, we would have done that 3 times in a row, and I feel like that's not the point. Tennessee, Byron Young's Tennessee is decent, but what Byron Young, let me see if it's what I thought. Young, draftable. Let's see, is this the Tennessee one? It is. He's small. Like, he's a good edge defender, but again, we're talking about more of that, like, 3-4 outside linebacker edge role than we're talking about a defensive end. If Zach Pickens, like, I think Zach Pickens at 64 makes all the sense in the world. Like, I think the guy's a stud, former 5-star, flashy at South Carolina, and a lot of people ding his inconsistency. But I think if you're talking about getting a player down at 64, he's sweet. Like, I don't know about 64, just because, again, I've seen him mocked in the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th and at one point the 7th for so long that it's hard for me to untrain that. But when I watch the player, I think he's awesome. Like, and it won't surprise me if the NFL agrees in some capacity. We got a lot of skill guys that are here for us, but I actually don't think the Bears are in a goofy spot. John, you still there? Like, the funny part about JSN up at the top of the draft is that JSN is a bit of a gluttony pick in the moment, but he helps you with your contract negotiation with Darnell Mooney and Chase Claypool. The problem is that the Bears have so many flat out needs that if you draft JSN, you better be able to recoup what you can get in the back end, because it's going to get a little tougher, like, to fill a lot of those holes with the guys that you've got. Like, I don't know. It's hard. It's not going to be easy for the Bears, because the envious position to be in is the Eagles, or frankly, any better than the Bears in some cases. Like, Bears aren't in the worst situation possible, mostly because they got DJ Moore. If they hadn't gotten DJ Moore, we would go through all of these drafts disappointed in our receiver set. Like, and we would be doing the same thing we did last year, where we not only anoint Darnell Mooney as a mandatory battlefield promotion wide receiver 1, but we sit there and we cross our fingers and we hold on to our, like, anything you can, muttering to ourselves, Claypool will be better, Claypool will be better, Claypool will be better, Claypool will be better, and just over and over and over, right? Mondo, I don't think, obviously, the Bears are going to be drafting Caleb Williams. Like, I think Justin Fields is going to acquit himself just fine. But I think that it gets, like, I do feel like, John, the Bears have dug themselves a bit of a need-based hole, but the draft board is lining up in a way that's going to help them pull it off. Like, it's really bad to pigeonhole yourself when you don't know whether or not that player is going to be there. The Bears have managed to pigeonhole themselves in a draft slot with a draft spot, like, where they can reasonably get the tackle that they want, one way or another, I think. And if they don't, it's because they got a player that was literally too good to pass on in that case. John, I actually don't know if we can. Like, we'll see. I think a lot of it depends on what kind of money Mooney wants, where with the Chase Claypool question comes down to, frankly, what Chase Claypool is going to be. Like, especially here in a contract year. Like, is he showing up for off-season workouts? Do they like him? Like, is he getting along with the locker room? All those little questions, right? And it doesn't surprise me, Stokes, that Chase Claypool got rated relatively highly because he's super athletic. Like, he's really talented. Like, that's the complicated part about receiver, right? Is Chase Claypool has all of the pieces that you would love in a receiver. I don't take back the reasons why I was really, really, really excited about him. The problems start to come up when you realize that within the fabric of the offense, you can blame Matt Canada as much as you want to, and you should. But it doesn't mean that Chase was running the offense like it was supposed to be run. And in fact, they gave him roles where he would run it, like eventually he would run it the right way because they gave the hard ones or the timing oriented ones to Deontay Johnson. There's a part of this that I'm sure will get better because Chase Claypool will have spent an offseason with Justin Fields. There's also a part of this that I don't know how much better it gets. And I tend to agree with you, Jordan, that in theory, like, the Bears, what is this? Like, in theory, the Bears have invested a ton, so why would they continue to invest? But, I mean, also, at the same time, I don't doubt that Ryan Poles has half a mind to invest in the wide receiver room until it's better, verifiably better. But I think that at the end of the day, in this draft, it's just not in the cards. Like, let's see. Yeah, Sal, can you tell? Like, at least in this draft, the more that I go through scenarios, the more that I think they want to come out. For instance, here, I'm trying to pick somebody other than Zach Harrison. I'm sure there's somebody other than Zach Harrison, but Zach Harrison makes too much sense. Like, you're talking about too good, in my opinion, a 4-3 defensive end. You're talking about too good, a guy to basically pass on at this point. Like, you could grab Zach Pickens, but I think that the ends are so bad right now. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I do. I really do, Jordan. That, like, there aren't that many other 3-techs. I mean, at this point, if you take a look at the D-line, like, it starts to get weird. Where at least you've got some guys like Moro Jomo is fun in the back piece. Like, Pickens can play for you a little bit at 3-tech. If Carl Brooks can show out and prove me wrong at 3-tech, first of all, that wouldn't even be surprising. I haven't watched enough draft classes to have some kind of well-honed attitude about my own draft evals. And I'm unfortunately a dad that hasn't had near enough time to crunch tape as I'd love to pretend that I can. Like, I appreciate all kinds of compliments, and I guess more than anything, like, not compliments, like, I appreciate all of the respect that you guys show me, a guy on the internet. I don't deserve it. Like, thank you guys. You anoint me higher than I feel like I should go. More than anything, man, Tyreek Stevenson there, that is great value for that. It's more to say that I, this year, dipped my toes in, last year I dipped my toes in a draft eval. This year, I gave it a good old honest go. But next year, I can come up with a better battle plan to get a little more into it if that's where things go. Yeah, no, seriously, Jordan, where Darius Rush is all of the things that, yeah, exactly, Stokes. That's the hope, right? So here, I feel like with Zach Harrison suggested to us, like, I have to take it. It's either that or it's Tyler Scott, but that's because I like Scott. Let's see. Mingo's another really solid suggestion, but I feel like we're going a little further down the board than I'd like at that point. I think that's a much better spot for Garrett Wilson based on what I've seen. You can't take Roshan here. Jordan. Like, I don't know. You can, and maybe they would. Honestly, maybe they would. Like, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me if they wanted to try to get Roshan Johnson in with Khalil Herbert, but I'm really interested to see where this board is going to end up with with running backs, because I feel like Harrison's too good value. Like, I feel like at that point, when you pass on a very decent edge to take. See, that makes more sense. Like Michael Wilson at that point, both of you guys jumping in and being like, "You're crazy." See, Roshan ended up going over here. Like, oh, I know he's not. Michael Wilson in the 4th or 5th round, I actually vibe with. Not because I hate them. Does that make sense? It's more to say that, like, with all the injuries that Michael Wilson has, him falling a lot further makes sense. Yeah, Jaden Reed is becoming one of these guys that I think has a chance to get ultra mega super silly underrated, and I would love him. I mean, 6th round, for crying out loud. I think I've got that, or 5th round. Oh my gosh, yes. Let's see, we can get around 4 and around. No, we don't want that. Let's see, what are you giving me? 4 and a 5? Now that would be interesting. Like, let's see, if you let Roshan go, there's nobody left. You mean like nobody? That's the thing though, Mario. Like, every time I've seen anybody do research on the topic, they basically come up with the idea that if you draft an edge in the 5th, 6th, or 7th round, you've wasted the pick. Like, that looking around the NFL, there are just not that many guys that survive that got drafted around Gibson's range, for instance. And so I don't know enough about the draft to verify it. Like, is Yaya Diaby like a no chance kind of guy? I don't know. I do not know. Like, James Houston and all kinds of things. Like, there are clearly options, because I think Houston was, what, a 6th rounder, and suddenly he's showing out. Like, I get it. I hear you. Teach me, because every big data piece that I've ever seen says, no, that's not what happens. Like, they just don't play. And what am I to do about that? Like, I get it, but at some point I know I've got to go where the data says to go. Late round dude. Oh, don't send me towards Ali Gay. Like, I think Ali Gay is so boring, but maybe it's because I looked at him originally and tried to evaluate him by the same standards. I'm going to look at like a D, or like a 2nd or 3rd rounder, and Ali Gay is just not that guy. Let's see. We'll probably take Chase Brown again. No, we can do better. We can take somebody with a different name at the very least. It's interesting seeing Jalen Jones here. I thought people had him a lot higher at the start of things. Let's see. Keitrell Clark, you said that he's a good nickel corner. That's awfully interesting, but we already have, let's see, nickel. Like, yeah, they need all the body. That's a good point. Let's see. Is Yaya here, or did Yaya get drafted already? Because it wouldn't surprise me if he did. Let's see. There's so many of these guys that I just get accustomed to the PFF board, which is part of why we're going to try a fun little FanSpeak one here soon. Let's see. There's one, John. There's Yaya. We'll take Yaya. Why not? And honestly, this could be way worse. Like, start with Broderick Jones, end up with get Julius Brents, Laporta, Zach Pickens, Zach Harrison, Jaden Reed, Yaya Diaby. Like, frankly, all the way down the draft, you're like, okay, starter, this guy can play for us. Starter, this guy will play for us. Like, I'd feel really good about stuff like this. There's a lot of ways that Ryan Poles can win in this draft. Like, really, really win. Because, like you said, Mario, like on the Bears, you're going to get a lot of people with a lot of opportunity to play. I really like Brent's Jordan. Like, I think Brent's can be a CB1 once he gets a little bit of time under him, and especially in a corner or a cover 2 defense. I think the secret with Brent's that I look at is his run defense. Like, it's, and you're going to laugh, I would assume, because you love Porter, and Porter hates the run game. Like, Porter actively snoots at the run game. And I mean, I agree with you, Jordan. I prefer Stevenson over Brents too. I guess my brain went, I don't know, I'll take Brents because I like him. But to me, what Brents will do that is frankly really, really, really cool is that Brents will steal you downs in the run game like I don't think a lot of these corners can. I mean, a lot of these corners will try in some cases. With a guy like Porter not so much, but Porter's a savant, to be clear, in coverage. So Porter understands coverage better than any of these other corners. Like, I actually think Porter understands coverage better than Witherspoon or Gonzalez, but Witherspoon and Gonzalez end up the better corners, mano a mano, because they've got better feet, in my opinion, and they're able to use hands or like, especially Gonzalez, in basically like offensive tackle-esque ways. With Brents, what gets really interesting is that I think Kansas State asked him to do what he's absolutely worst at. Like, when I watch Julius Brents' tape, what I see is him being asked to play this like cover 2 off corner that he had to like, or what is it? Yeah, like a cover 2 off corner that doesn't fit him using his hands at all or playing a little bit further off. Instead, he's like pressing with his body, doing that whole thing, but not using his hands. And I don't think it got him reps in some kind of press man. I think he's going to grow at the NFL level. Like, everybody looks at him and they're like, oh, is he that, or like that guy from the Seahawks? And I'm like, kind of. But I don't know. It's a whole thing. Like, the really special part to me about Brents is that he plays like a linebacker in the run game. And so he'll play like a force defender once he's out there, turn the runner, and he'll help you steal downs that make things like, he'll take what should have been 2nd and 4 and make it 2nd and 9, probably 4 times a game. And the reason that matters is because if you're taking small little lowercase L's in coverage, but you're pinching the offense into longer down and distances to get there, I think that you end up coming out on top. Let's see, that you were better and off, that he fared. Oh, like, I agree with you, Mario. We're saying the same thing. At least I'm trying to. That when he's playing like cushion coverage, that he's gonna do better than the like off man press that they were running, which might not be the technical way to describe that. And if it isn't, whoops. But yeah, he's huge. But so then, let's see. Let's do a FanSpeak mock. And let's do it with Jacob, because that's just fun, isn't it? Let's see. We'll go 5, and I want to use Jacob Infante's board because we love him. Let's see. How do you start this? We'll go user voted. We'll go Vegas draft order, right? Difficulty? But so we'll go classic. I don't know. Classic? Same as mine. Draft. Stroud, Young, Anderson, Carter, Murphy, Wilson, Levis, Johnson. So Paris left. All right, so let's see. Man, I love JSN. Probably wouldn't have put him at 6th. So does that mean somebody fell? Levis means Richardson fell, didn't it? Oh, he's got Anthony Richardson all the way down. Let's see. In this case, again, I'd probably look at a trade down. I think that there's some really cool things that the Bears can do with trade downs. Here, let's pivot. Nope, we won't pivot. We'll finish this one. So this is we will go over a scenario that I think may actually shock a lot of people, just because I think it's real. And I'm not even kidding. Look, I am not saying this to pump anybody up. I think there's a chance that Ryan Poles thinks Anton Harrison's a freaking beast, like, and that he flat wants him. Like, I don't know if he'll want him all the way at 9, but it wouldn't surprise me if he might. I think, now that I think about this, this probably has to be the Darnell Wright draft, which, man, Jacob, killing these guys. But it wouldn't surprise me at all if Poles is thinking Anton eventually. Jordan, I think that there's some little technical things that Anton's got to clean up. Sometimes you'll catch him, you'll catch his weight forward. Sometimes his feet will end up stopping and allowing something on the inside. I think his latch is a little inconsistent. His run game is fine so far, but I do think that, like, when he's kicking out laterally, that he can effectively, like, lose grip of his man here, or not like lose grip, but it's like he'll engage them, but he won't stick with them. But I think a lot of this stuff will get cleaned up. I mean, overall, I see a really good player that's really young. Let's see. What is it? What, right, Chris? And let's see. We go Torrance, Ojulari, Hyatt, Banks, Adetomiwa Adebawore, Harrison off at 38. Love seeing it. Oh, man. I was about to be like, if they just drop Dalton Kincaid to me, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, so let's see. At 53, we've got Anudike Uzoma if we want him. Probably don't in this case. I feel like at 53, you got to take Keon White. Like, if Keon White falls to us, I'm hoping, by the way, that bouncing around draft simulators gives us some of the scenario feel, where we want scenarios. And so at this point, if they got all the way to 53, like, I think White makes all the sense in the world. And so I would take him because you got a little bit of edge that may work out for you. Not all. And so, I think you've got a defensive end worst case scenario. You've got a 3 tech if he really shows out in practice. And so that works. You could take him. You can live with it later. Man, Roshan Johnson at 72. I clearly need to watch even more of him. So let's see here at 61. Like, if we already got an offensive lineman and we already got a defensive lineman, and my choice is, first of all, Will McDonald slaps. Like, that guy is great. I don't think he fits the Bears system, but he is really, really good. Let's see here. Is Keanu Ben gone already? Yeah, he is. So let's take a look further down the board. Just see who's here. Okay. A lot of these guys. You've almost forgotten about Yoshivas at this point. He's a much bigger name a little while ago. Let's see. I do think a tight end actually makes sense for the Bears. Like, I know you're begging for Tucker Kraft. My heart wants Gibbs. My head says we got to pick a different position. We'll go with Kraft. Or we would try to trade back or something. In this case, the Bears may go with, like, edge just because it's a tougher position to fill. But because I don't know. I mean, maybe they draft Tippmann, but I don't think Tippmann's going to be there. And so, like, because Mario, I think you might be, let me put it this way, Mario. You may be right that they really like Tanyan. Tanyan's on a 1-year deal. Like, you can't commit to him. And so the Bears, at some point, have to either add to the room or not, especially since you're not going to draft a tight end and have him immediately blow everybody's socks off, right? But then Tucker Kraft, let me see here. Tucker Kraft, is he a U tight end? 254. Okay. Tell me, Jordan, does he move like a U or does he move like a Y? I'll wait for your answer. Eric, so I don't hate Tank Dell. What I hate are exceptions. Let me use an example. Addison. As soon as this happened, Jordan Addison was going to go in the back of the first or the second, because I don't know. His route running is too good to have him in the second round, but his athleticism and his body type is too rare to have him in, like, the first. And so I do, Jordan. Like, if anything, I'm working to make sure that it's like, hey, Jordan said what he wants to do. Like, I can't just follow him. Not because of competition, but just because you're doing a good job with all kinds of people. Like, let me see, Mario, you're thinking Cole Kmet? Oh, gotcha. Like, Chris Bowers rules. Like, let me see which quote from Tyke, Eric, because I'm interested. Let's see. Mario, I'm right there with you, where I tend to think that I think Will Mallory makes a lot of sense. Like, when I look at Will Mallory, I'll bring him up. Will Mallory, mark draftable. All the tape on him sucks to find, but, like, so that's the problem for me, Jordan. Like, let's be clear, Eric. I don't think Tank Dell's tape isn't fun. I think everybody keeps talking about him in the second round, and I can't take. Let me go. Dell mock draftable. I can't take this guy before the fourth ish. Like, that's the problem. Like, he did not test out of his mind. He tested like somebody who's exceptionally small. Word used perfectly there. Like, it's not that he's a bad player. It's that he's going to get overdrafted because everybody loves him. I talked to somebody who talked to the Texans, like somebody on the Houston staff, and he was like, "Hey, who's players who I should be watching out for?" And the guy was like, "Tank Dell. He's a beast. He like program changer. Works so hard." I believe it. Tank Dell seems like a great dude and a great football player, and he's also 5'8", not even 5'8.5", and 165. When you talk about why does this matter? Because when you talk about Jaden Reed, this is a physical profile that is much more likely to succeed in the NFL. Is he small? Yes. Like 5'10", like a little taller than 5'10.5", a little like taller or like a little bigger than 185, but only a little bigger than 185. Like, this has a much more normalized success rate in the NFL. No, Ben, that wasn't Tariq Cohen. Tariq Cohen, let me see. What is that? Nathaniel Dell, like, he's a receiver. I mean, he has to be, John, more than Tyreek Hill. And that's the thing. Like, Jordan Addison is in a similar position where he's actually way too light. He's taller, so he's got that going for him. But he's way too light for a normal receiver. He's got too good a tape to pass on. Like, he will be a first rounder. He should be a first rounder. If somehow, this is my like psycho. So like one of my absolutely like bonkers ideas. We'll see if this actually happens, right? I think that there's next to no way. But so let's say, for instance, let's see, Stroud, Richardson, Gonzalez, Levis goes, Witherspoon goes. Let's see. We got a lot of people wanting to trade with us. So I'm glad the Steelers do. We're going to take 9. We're going to take 32. We're going to... What if we gave him 61, took 80? I like it. That little 91 thing, so I looked it up. DJ Moore's trade had a 78% chance to be accepted. So I feel good about this. Like, in terms of this could be realistic, right? Where the Bears would upgrade a pick and then they would get 80 back, right, for their trouble. So you get another top 100 pick and you move one of your seconds into the like very top of the second. So then the Bears go down. Van Ness gone. Skoronski gone. Broderick Jones gone. This is the one where everybody picks Wright. I think Wright's gone at this point, if I had to guess. So then at this point, just like I thought about it, John. But so at this point, like Darnell Wright could be off the board. I think Anton Harrison makes a ton of sense. I'm going to take Anton Harrison for the sake of like that we get a couple of varied mock drafts here because Broderick's already gone. But Mario, I want Kancey so bad. If there's a world where the Bears can get Kancey and a tackle, I'm here for it. But so the main reason I bring this up is because I think that there's this sick in the head situation where the Bears, oh dang, the Eagles did it. Where the Bears get a shot at Addison. Like, I think that there's this kooky, weird scenario where Addison may fall due to size concerns. And in this case, Hyatt fell instead. Jordan, I do. I mean, I think it's hard not to like Kancey. Like, I think Kancey rules on the inside. He is a blur. Like, he doesn't make any, like, Kalijah Kancey is not athletic enough. He's too small. Like, I think personally that you're going to play him at like 3 to 5 tech, which I get that there are some people that probably wouldn't want to live with it because the run defense is obviously going to be tough, but I'll work it out. His tape against Tennessee is too good. I mean, he's so noisy. He doesn't let anybody get hands on him. I thought it was too fun. Maybe it's fun. Maybe this is my running back tape. Like that, watching an interior defensive lineman that's too small and basically plays like a blur is just unfair. It looked unfair, but man, like it was. It's fun tape to watch. But so sitting here at 32, the Bears get a lot of options. You could take a Cam Smith, who rules. You could take a Mozzie Smith, who's solid. I don't think he rules as much as Cam Smith does, but you'd be getting a premier like defensive lineman. You could take like let's see here. Like I think you could maybe you take Josh Downs. Maybe you take Adetomiwa Adebawore. I think it's a little too rich for 32. If I'm the one sitting here and they come up, boo-doo-doo-doo, do-do-do-do-do, the Bears take Cam Smith. I'm like, sold, done, yes. Because you could take DeWand. Oh, Bradley, I got you. We're talking mock draft. And so far, we haven't gotten banned yet. We haven't actually reviewed enough prospects to get banned, which may work out. I may call it after at around 11 so that I can get some sleep. You guys already saw the yawn. I haven't eaten dinner yet, which that's on me. And then we'll do the blocked banned film stream, like the deep, dark film stream on next Tuesday or something like that. But so let's see, 53. Jordan, it'll get this blocked. Can't do it. But I'll come ready with the Toledo film for next time. Like, the YouTube thing is worse because that's always a broadcast. But so let's see, 53. Did we lose out on my guy? Or is it in play? No, we did, right? We had to. We didn't get Keon White. Hey Marshall, how you doing? Is Benton on the board? Yes. Very easily. Oh man, this draft we're smoking right now. Like, let's see, team. Okay, so at this point, we could take a sexy running back. That's possible. Or we could take Tippmann if he fell. And that doesn't feel real to me, but just because I don't think he's getting there. Let's see. We got Benton already. You could take like a Zach Pickens type. I think it's too early for Michael Wilson. I love him, but I think it's too early for Michael Wilson. Maybe you do take like, you know what, Jordan, for you, Ryan Poles, he gets up on the mic and he goes, Jordan Silvera, I know you're out there. We're going to take your TE1 Tucker Kraft and just like roll it. Insert your favorite tight end there. At this point, the Bears are cooking with enough gas that they can go down to 80. They can take Harrison. And then they can just continue to roll right on, right? So now you got a solid edge. You've got, let's see, like you've got Cam, you've got Benton on the inside. You get down to round 3. Let's take a look at what we got here where, okay, so did we take Tippmann? We didn't take Tippmann, which frankly works out better because this means that we can start talking about centers a little bit. We'll do that once we get down to like 133. So let's see here. You might do like Carl Brooks. Zavala makes a lot of sense. Ooh. Not because I want another tackle necessarily, just because I feel like that's really good value at that point. Like, I do feel like Zavala is really good value too at this point. I don't think you need like another safety. Kobe Turner is interesting, but I haven't looked. Let's see. What do you mean number 1, McFact? Let's see. Let's see. I feel like Zavala is the pick that's staring us in the face. And then I'm curious as to all the draft Nick's favorite late round center. Oh, in this case, the first pick we traded. This is our trade down scenario, McFact. So we got, I think we took Anton Harrison. We had Darnell Wright on the board. We've talked about Darnell Wright enough that at this point, we've gone through so many scenarios. The point is tackle at 17. But then the Bears, in theory, could take their favorite center in either early or late round 4. I was about to say, Jordan, I think Stromberg makes all the sense in the world here, where we go IOL, good old Rickster, Ricky Stromberg, and then Juice Struggs if you want the brand name guy. The good old bootleg interview brand name guy. Yeah, we took a tackle, McFact. And we'll go Stromberg for fun. I know, Jordan. I don't what is the problem with Stromberg? Why is he so low? Honestly. But so I will tell you what. These are my favorite scenarios. Like, call me a nerd. You can. But that extra pick, I think, does wonders. Like, we only made one trade. You know? We didn't have to go crazy like Ryan Poles did and make all of the trades ever, right? But instead, we got a tackle that can flat play. We got one of my favorite corners in the class. We got a one tech that is very good. And like, whether you want to comp him to like a Grover Stewart type, whether you think that he could grow like I don't know, like as a pass rusher and end up being like a budget version of Daron Payne. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think work really, really well in this case. And so then we got a tight end in this case. Again, can't speak to Tucker Kraft, but going off of just Jordan, we gave you enough, we didn't take enough guys that I know you wanted, and so we'll throw you a bone. But moreover, the Bears add to their tight end room. This could be Laporta. This could be all kinds of people. I agree with you, Mario, by the way, that I think that in that 5th, 6th, 7th round that they're going to be looking for like a Mallory or maybe a Kuntz, maybe, if they basically like feel like they covered all the rest of their bases. But so let's see, if you could see like expand the board, just be sure, like, McFact, do you mean like this one? So that you could see all of them. But Zach Harrison, I think, is a really good defensive end at this point. That I don't know if he'll be there at 80. I don't. But if he is, it'll be because of the obsession with 3-4. Or like with the 3-4. Zavala comes in as a backup interior offensive lineman, and Stromberg does, to continue to shore up that offensive line. I'm right there with you, Chris, where I tend to think if this works out, that like the trade down scenario really helps. To me, the trade down scenario lets you add that key 5th player to your top 100 group, and then you come away with a draft that hit the sweet spot really hard right around here. And I know, Jordan, it's bizarre. I mean, he will end the game for you. And then we still picked up some seriously useful players here right at the start of round 3 that'll get some starting snaps next year. Like, I agree with you, Stokes. I think that there's the trade down scenario, it doesn't have to be with the Steelers, right? But I think if the Bears, I get you now. Let's see. Here. Does that help? I hope so. But so I think that the trade down scenario, if Ryan Poles wants to go that way, let's use Anton, because I think that he may be helpful to make my point a little bit clearer. If you have to give up on the top 3 offensive tackles, but you get stuck with Anton Harrison, I think you come out very, very well. And if you do it to add like an upgrade in the 2nd round, and you add an extra pick that like passes on in, it's sweet. Like, you end up in a very, very, very healthy place within your team. And so you, like you're saying, Chris, you get starters and you get depth. Now, the Bears have to get there first, and Carter has to not fall. But Carter has only fallen in like the one that we did by hand. So who's to say that will or won't happen at that point? I don't know. But it's easy for nerds like me to be like, hey, trade down. It takes 2 to tango. The nice thing is that I know what the Steelers would have been coming up for, and it's, let me guess, it's not Van Ness. Like, the Steelers, if they're going to come up for, they're going to probably come up for a tackle. Like, so it would have made the Anton Harrison thing that much more obvious, in my opinion, because I don't know if this is where things just get so silly. Like because I sit here and I'm like, come on. The Eagles aren't going to take Paris Johnson. Like, I don't think so. I think they're much more likely to take a guy like Skoronski than Johnson. But that's just a difference of opinion and a computer, I guess. But so, let's see. John, you mentioned if we did that trade and got the... Well, Jordan, that's the thing. I think that they would consider Skoronski that replacement. Like, it's not what I would do, right? But I think that they would consider Skoronski the guy that can step in, play guard for them, and then kick back out to tackle later. It's just a guess. But so, John, you mentioned, would they gamble with the 32nd pick? Good question. My guess would be no. Just because where the Bears are at, they have to choose between whether they're going to get a tackle that's up to snuff, like your island tackle, if you will, or an impact defensive end, or like an impact edge rusher. And my hope would be, this is where I think I'm injecting my own hopes and dreams a bit too much, John, but my hope would be that Ryan Poles would pick the tackle, because the other thing that doesn't help is you got to remember that so there are some positions that are somewhat plug and play, but for the most part, I think we would all agree that most rookies need at least a year of seasoning before they can really find their footing in the NFL. Best case scenario, you're talking about like it takes them half a season, maybe a little more. I think it's no surprise that Braxton Jones played his best football starting around week 14, and you shouldn't be surprised either, right? And within that, the biggest problem the Bears have is that if not now at tackle, when? Because Justin Fields is in his third year of his rookie deal. You got to know at the end of this year. You have to know whether he's the dude. You got 2 first-round picks next year. I hate is he the dude conversations, but you have to know coming out of this year. Not because of, like, I don't know, I don't think you have to know because of, like, some doomsday rookie quarterback contract clock. You have to know because you have 2 first-rounders next year, and if you're going to do something about it, you have to be able to, or, like, you have to know so that you can make the best decision possible once you have those picks. That's my 2 cents of it. And so if it's me, John, if I wasn't willing to spend enough to win the McGlinchey deal, you got to get a tackle. And again, I don't think it particularly matters which of the 4 you get. They can all play in the Bears system. All of them can. Like, they all have various flaws. Like, I'll tell you, the funny thing is that the more that I've looked at it, the more I'm like, I actually worry. I think Paris has the higher ceiling, but the worry becomes with Paris that his anchor may be a problem literally forever. But, like, exactly, Sir Lord, you have to know. And so because of this, if it's me, I'm not asking a second tackle. Like, and Eric, you're right that if a rookie struggles, it doesn't help you answer if Fields is the guy. I mean, let's be clear, Eric. I agree with you. But the problem that I have is that a second-round tackle definitely won't work. A first-round tackle will help, and then come 2024, you have your island tackle, and you can take a defensive lineman. You can take a corner. You can take a wide receiver. Whatever bears its head at the time, like, you can deal with it because you already have your tackle solved. For years, I have been one of these guys that's like, don't take the tackle, take the fill in the blank. And for years, to be honest with you, it's bit me in the rear end because you have to have one. Like, you can have a Broderick Jones. The running back can help somewhere, right? The tight end can chip somebody. But the Bears showed last year what happens when they're constantly trying to help both sides, and the answer is 2 receivers, maybe 3, and it sucks. Like, I mean, there's just not much offense you can run with 2 to 3 receivers all the time. It's not even weird that the Bears, when I look back, ran so little empty, because empty, in some cases, was like it was like, I don't know, rolling out the red carpet for defensive lines. Like, to me, what I'm basically saying, Eric, is like, I think the hardest thing to solve is that you can stopgap tackle for another year. But if you don't take a first round tackle this year, you have to take one next year, and then he needs a year of seasoning. So then you only have like a homegrown offensive line like next year. Not next year. You have a homegrown offensive line by 2025 when Fields is on his 5th year option. Because of the state of Fields, I actually think the tackle pick becomes that much more important, because if you're going to replace your quarterback, you want a better offensive, or you want a better offensive line for when that new rookie comes in. Let's say the Bears are going to get Drake May, because I'm not willing to. One is going to be Caleb Williams. We know that, right? Unless Caleb Williams, what is it? I just watched the movie. I should be able to get this. Unless Caleb Williams doesn't read all the way to the back of his playbook and then lies about the $100 bill. Like, Caleb Williams is going at 1. And so Drake May is sort of the next one, right? Maybe the Panthers get you close. Maybe you have to trade a pick or 2 to get you to number 2 or something like that. But when you, like, get Drake May, if you already have Darnell Wright, Anton Harrison, if you already have Darnell Wright, Anton Harrison, Broderick Jones, or Paris Johnson, and Braxton Jones, perfectly good tackle. You mentioned earlier, Chris, that they may have to help him out. Probably, but that's fine. That's what the running back's there for. That's what the tight end's there for. Just don't ask them both to help, right? If you can have one on a lineman, that's fine. And it's like if you could have one on an island, was what I intended to say. I think you're okay. That's the thing, Sir Lord. I tend to agree that, like, you have to draft one eventually. Why not now? It makes too much sense. You can live with a worse in my opinion, you can live with a worse defensive line, because with, let's say, the picks that we have right here, right? Keanu Benton is not going to be a stud immediately. Maybe he will be, but probably not. Zach Harrison is going to take his lumps. But then the line goes from it's flat out bad to it's already a little better than last year. Like, I like Billings. Walker's fine. He's certainly more expensive than anybody was on the line last year. Gibson is still there, and Gibson's still got some fun when he's not being doubled. It's not as if this defensive line is good, right? It's more that the defensive line is young, developmental, and an improvement from last year defensively. Because I agree with you, Weedy, that you eventually need really good defensive linemen for the cover 2 scheme that they want to run to work. No argument. But if you had to choose between picking up a defensive lineman next year or picking up a defensive lineman this year, I think it works a little better in the long term to draft the offensive lineman now and get the best defensive lineman that you can the year after that. I think DeWand rules. I think, frankly, DeWand could run in this scheme. I really do. I think the bigger question with DeWand is what's going to happen if you, play, basically how long is his body going to hold up? But that's a whole separate question. You worry about that later. I think Darnell Wright is going to whoop. I think Anton Harrison's going to whoop. If those really are your choices in a small trade down, I think you're in great shape. I really do. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm sure. But so yeah, for obvious reasons, I like it. Let's see, and I agree, Weedy, that let's see, the defense does help keep the offense on the field because it gets you the ball back. But I don't think that you can plug these defenders in and just immediately have them succeed. And I think that the offensive line desperately needs a premier tackle for their passing downs. That's the main thing, by the way. Don't look now. Don't look. But it seems as if with the DJ Moore ad, with the little chart we saw posted about what they're looking for in an offensive tackle, with one of their qualities being pass blocking, that the Bears are trying to pivot a little bit more towards throwing, which how could you not? They ran on almost 66% of downs last year. That's unacceptably often. I mean, the rate at which they ran the ball was disturbing. I mean, that was faithless in your passing game, which it didn't deserve. So, like, the passing game didn't deserve any faith. I get why they did that. But so, within this, I find myself thinking that if you grab, like, a Darnell Wright, or if you grab honestly, again, any of those 4 tackles, you now go into we can run our normal offense, whatever the offense identity we want to run is, and that tackle will take his lumps, right? At Peyton rules, it was crazy. It's somewhere between 63 and 66% of the time they ran the ball, which is silly. Bradley, I think it's tough. Like, if we had to, rate the tackle class compared to other tackle classes, because I've really only been, like, draft nicking at all for a year. So I don't know. What I will tell you is that, Bradley, I think that stuff matters more when you're talking about receivers. Like, in my opinion, Bradley, receivers make a bigger impact at the top level. Let's put it this way. The difference between DJ Moore and Justin Jefferson is pretty big, actually. Like, I love DJ Moore. I think DJ rules. Justin Jefferson is a whole different beast. Like, he's all of the athletic ability of DJ Moore, and he's huge. And he can win some silly contested catches. Not that DJ can't, but DJ catches just about everything wide open. Not because he can't catch a contested catch, but because barely anybody can keep up with him. Like, the best of the best at receiver, and then the drop off to, like, the 10th best, the 6th best, matters. On offensive tackle, the difference between a healthy David Bakhtiari and a healthy Tristan Wirfs and a healthy Taylor Lewan doesn't really matter, in my opinion. Like, they're both good. They're both good offensive tackles, and that's really it. Like, I'm not trying to say that a great offensive tackle like Trent Williams doesn't help you. I'm saying that when you are really good, you would take any of those guys, because it's so hard to find a good offensive tackle. There are the good ones, and then there are the budget ones, right? And that's at least my 2 cents on it. That, like, the drop off between the best of the best tackle and a still very good tackle is next to nothing in terms of what it really does for your offense. It's just extremely hard to find any of those guys outside of the first round. And I think there are a lot of people that think it's boring to take a tackle, or the tackle's not the best player on their board, so they don't take him. Like, I think this is a great year for it. Great year for it. And I'm hoping that's the direction the Bears go. If they can trade down a little bit, still get a tackle, yes. If they get boxed into a tackle at 9, sure. Like, if they get an opportunity to draft Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter, wow, that'll put the Bears in a real bind, because those are game-changing, like, defensive linemen that are hard to pass on, in my opinion. You probably have to take it and figure out the tackle stuff, which sucks. But it's funny to look at the class and see the way the tackle board really is falling for Chicago right now, which I am totally here for. If you trade down a little bit and still get one, that rules. Let me see, Bradley, you mentioned the emphasis on a premier tackle that we had to get this year. No, I get you. The main thing I'm thinking about is when you look at, like, a big data approach plus the scouting report that I know I have on these 4 tackles, it is really interesting seeing that base, to keep it really simple and to use names, Jalen Duncan has a 14% chance of like being a Pro Bowler, compared to the 86% chance that the guys in the first round have. Like, I think you got a great shot at a good player, like, with an offensive tackle. Call it a safe pick all you want. any of these four guys work for me because they all have different things going for them. I am slowly but surely talking myself out of the Paris Johnson pick, which is not me trying to be, I don't know, bullied. And not bullied. It's not me trying to cave to groupthink. It's more that the more of these other tackles that I watch, the more that the other three are really good. So I get it, Jordan. My thought is, okay, last week changed me. I'm a changed man. I don't know if you guys know this, but I've become converted. I've come around to the faith that is Tevin Jenkins. Like, I don't think you need to add Skoronski when you already have one of the literal best guards in football. Like, as far as like fighting off interior defenders and like some of the best in the game, Tevin's gonna do okay. Probably. I mean, maybe you go get Skoronski, but I'll tell you what, I see that, Jordan, and I don't want to call it bad faith. Like, Kevin Fishbane's a great guy that went to Northwestern, as well as a lot of these other beat writers. Like, I get it. There are a lot of people that want to see one of the best prospects in Northwestern history on Northwestern. And even further, there are a lot of these guys that don't have an opinion on Nolan Smith. And so, like, when Nolan's, like, which isn't about Nolan. It's not about Nolan. It's more about, there are a lot of these guys that, like, they're not going to run you through a mock draft thing because they don't know. And I get it. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. It took me a lot of work, and I didn't get through. I may end up at 120, like decent evals, if that. But so let's see. Eric, because I don't know, because I don't think a right tackle like saves his back. I don't know if anything in offensive line like saves his back, especially edge, where I feel like you get bent harder than other positions. But what do I know? I mean, the neck injury is awfully scary, but I'll tell you what, I feel like the phone booth at guard helps Jenkins so much. I think if you moved him to tackle, that he'd be okay. Like, okay, I'm going to use PFF numbers, not because I think they're helpful in this case, but because I think it'll give everybody a picture of what I'm talking about. I think Jenkins can very realistically sustain an 80 to an 85 PFF grade inside, because guard mitigates a lot of his losses. I think that if you moved him out to tackle, he could have a very triumphant 67 PFF grade or something like that. Like, maybe he blows people's minds in the run game and earns himself like a 72. But I think in the pass game in particular, a lot of the stuff that he does would literally get called a hold. Like, not all of it, but I think edge rushers are better floppers. And so, like, when Tevin grabs their chest and they just basically throw themselves on the ground, frankly, if he grabs their chest, in some cases, these edge rushers are fast. Like, they hit you with an inside step, they jump outside on you, and if Tevin gets cross-chopped, it's over. Like, I'm not dunking on Tevin. In this case, I'm trying to prop him up, actually, and saying, I think inside, there are so many things about playing guard that just scratch his back. And I get, we do this thing. There's a little bit of it that's my fault, and there's a lot of it that is people on Twitter that do this thing where they say a bad tackle should just get kicked inside the guard, and it makes it sound like guard is a dirty word. Like, it's bizarre to me. Like, guard is important. The best guards are getting paid in the NFL. The market is correcting. Like, tackles are important. Of course they are. But guards are important too. The NFL's actually making centers really cheap because of this, which I think centers are important. But apparently you're not going to pay the money. Like, and because you got to pay the guards now. Like, nowadays, if you don't pay the guards, your guards get whooped. And then you lose games. Like, it's bad out there. And so, like, it gets complicated Because, like, interior defenders are running the NFL right now, but you still need really good tackles because TJ Watt's still out there. Like, let's see, Chris. It is an arms race, Eric. And, I mean, there's some jokes here about arms and arm length and stuff like that. But it's, I don't know. Like, if you ask me, guard is hard. It's not easy. What Tevin does well is what you want your guard to do. Like, you got to remember, tackles, in some cases, you ask them to do what Braxton can do, like pin, pull, and I love it, Eric. In some cases, you're going to ask him to pin, pull, hit guys in space, but you're really doing that for Braxton Jones. Let's talk about this. Why does Braxton Jones have a high PFF grade? It's because he rules in the run game, and the Bears used it. Like, the Bears liked Braxton Jones because he was a whooper in the run game and one of the only weapons that they had on the team. And I mean that seriously. Like, the bizarre part about the 2022 Chicago Bears, McFact, are you still in here? Because I need you in here. Is that when people talk about Getsy scheming to his talent, what talent? Right? Right? Like, I've seen offensive coordinators that have failed to scheme to their talent. The Steelers last year with Matt Canada, they have way better weapons than that offense would suggest that you could see. But you look at the Bears and, like, they had Darnell Mooney. They had Khalil Herbert. I'm not going to touch the David Montgomery thing because I don't think he quite qualifies as, like, a weapon, right? They had Braxton Jones, who could move really well in space. They could have Justin, they had Justin's legs, but the receivers sure weren't open. Like, it got disgusting at some point because you'd see play calls that were designed to help out the offensive line that the offensive line, with help, could not block. Like, they had to abandon any vision of play action deep passing because it just about broke Justin. Like, over the first 6 games of the season. That Washington game is a truly disturbing sight. Like, a truly disturbing sight, if you ask me. And I don't know. Like, I like Braxton. I do. But it's not as if Braxton Jones is this, like, butt whooper at pass blocking on the left-hand side. But Tevin Jenkins and the guards have to displace at the second level. Like, you need guards that can open for your offense. Like, they need to be able to hit, move on to the next one, hit, and then the running back gets through, and all the tackle's going to do is put his arms on a guy, turn his hips. That's it. Like, you don't need the tackle to be an excellent run defender, which is part of why I keep talking myself into Anton Harrison, because Anton is, in my opinion, a better pass blocker than Broderick is right now. And a lot of them have very similar physical upside. And Anton can do the Leno thing where he hits and turns. And you can probably get him in space a little bit. Maybe not quite as cleanly as Braxton Jones, who really looks fabulous, like, when he's in space. But you'll live with it. Like, I mean, you don't have to run that hard on the right-hand side. You can, but you don't have to. But you guys think about it. Like, you've already said it. If Whitehair does a decent job at center, which, like, pre-injury Whitehair was a good Whitehair. Like, at least a better version of Whitehair than 2019 and 2020 Whitehair. So if you get a decent Whitehair at center, Jenkins playing well on the left-hand side, and Braxton Jones, that is a great run side. Like, then you've got Nate Davis, solid run defender in his own right, solid run blocker in his own right, and then you get maybe Anton Harrison, and, like, the run game comes a little easier than the pass game to a lot of these guys. But if you gave Anton Harrison a bunch of play action passes, I think he would handle it. Like, I really do. Like, I don't know how well, but probably pretty well. At least I got a decent chunk of faith in him. Or Darnell Wright. Like, you throw Darnell Wright over there, and it would be really natural. Like, because I agree with you, Jordan. If they're obsessed with the run game, it's Broderick. They may not be, though, and that's okay. Like, let me see. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I get you. Within all of that, like, now you had DJ Moore. DJ Moore I think we've kind of talked about this. Like, DJ Moore, words. You could tell I'm fading. I got like 20 minutes left maybe. But so DJ Moore basically not only adds a wide receiver 1 to the class, but basically unlocks Darnell Mooney. Chase Claypool is a massive X factor. Without him, the offense is still fine. With him, the offense is still fine. Like, Claypool's weird because on his best days, I think he could be really good. On his worst days, he's completely invisible, but that happens. And if nothing else, he adds to the aggregate talent of the room. Cole Kmet is not a difference maker, but he does not suck. And frankly, I thought he showed a decent connection with Justin Fields. And in my opinion, the real secret sauce to being a good, productive receiving tight end in the NFL is, can you mind link with your quarterback? And Justin Fields and Cole Kmet had a couple plays where they started to look like they were mind linking, which actually gives me a little bit of, upbeatness, energy about next season. If you had like a Jahmyr Gibbs, like the running back room goes from, hey, that's pretty good, to, oh, that's doggone good running back room. If you had a Roschon Johnson, that's doggone good running back room. Like, and then all of a sudden you've got a dangerous running game, a equitable passing game, and an offensive line that's got some juice. Like, are any of these rooms, let's be real, are any of these rooms great by Bears standards? Absolutely. You got to take a look across the greater NFL, and across the greater NFL, it is a little sad how undergunned the Bears are. Like, don't hear that as more criticism than it is. Just know that one of the hardest parts of like the NFL is the arms race that is offense. Like, you look at what all kinds of these teams around the league have, and they've got really good wide receivers, like stacked 1, 2, 3. Not Darnell Mooney. Like, I love Darnell. I think Darnell's awesome. I stated on Twitter all throughout the 2021 season that I think, or off season, that I thought Darnell Mooney was a wide receiver 1. It's tough because, like, I think he's a 1B. I think he's a 1 in the same way that Tyler Lockett's a 1, but without an outside receiver basically protecting him, no, it was not there. Also, the offensive line certainly didn't make anything, or didn't help, because I think that there were a bunch of plays that he and Fields did not link up on. It was a whole mess. But so within that, like, let's see. No, seriously, Weedy. I mean, offense does revolve around strong guards and tackles. But so, let's see. John, I don't blame you for not having hope for Kmet. I think Kmet's fine. I think that they try to bring up, like Mario said earlier, I think a Mallory, a Payne Durham, like, I think all kinds of tight ends that are deeper in this class will be the sleeper pick for Chicago. Maybe they surprise us. Like, I need to study up on more. A Kuntz type makes a lot of sense in that case. Yeah, Leo, that would be wild. I don't think it would happen, but it would be wild. Van Ness would be really interesting. I think he's a really, really, really intriguing 3-tech prospect, but it wouldn't surprise me if Poles thinks that anything to do with projection is too risky. Got to remember, this is Ryan Poles' first round pick. Wouldn't surprise me if he's going to play it safe. That's the thing, Chris. If Claypool were the X like DK, Mercy is right. DJ Moore is an outside receiver. Outside receiver. Like, DJ Moore, I think, yes, he takes some snaps in the slot, but he takes like 74% of his snaps on the outside. It's not to say you can't have 2 outside receivers. It's to say he's the outside guy. Ironically, we are going to have gone from, man, the Steelers are totally misusing Chase Claypool. What do they have a guy like that in the slot for? He's going to play the slot for us, like in 2022. Now, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's contract year for him. He wants money. I can't wait. DJ Moore and Justin Fields should get along really, really nicely. I think you got to give him an Anton Harrison. I think you got to give him a Darnell Wright. I think you got to give him a Paris Johnson or Broderick, who I am becoming lower on as I have the conversation, because I don't think they hit the NFL and pass protect as well. And I would love for the rookie to be at least a little bit better at pass protection. One-on-one, like true ISO, head up, 3rd and 8, empty set, pass pro, not expecting these guys to make it. I'm talking about play action pass pro. right? Oh, Stokes, I have bad news. Okay, let's be clear. What I am about to say is both the cold stone truth and not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think there's any way Fields throws for 4,000 yards one time in his career. You got to remember, he's going to rush the ball just a little bit too much. And every time he takes off and scrambles, that does not count as passing yards. He is going to be a 4,000-yard quarterback if all is said and done. But if Justin Fields throws for 4,000 yards in the regular season, he will be the unanimous MVP. The unanimous MVP. He will run away with MVP voting. Because even in the worst, so to speak, case scenario, Justin Fields could, if he threw for 4,000 yards, he would probably still run for 650 to 800, and you'd probably have 45 total touchdowns. I mean, honestly, Chris, 3,500 would be great. You'd probably get a 4,300 yard total collective season. Sir Lord, I actually think Fields could do better than that. Maybe I'm seeing ceiling. When you say absolute best, I think of a lot of different things in Chicago. I think DJ Moore may surprise you. But at the same time, Lamar threw for 3,100 in his best season, and Jalen Hurts, who almost won the MVP, if, the greatest quarterbacking season debatably ever hadn't happened, which is bizarre to think of. But I feel like that's kind of what we just watched, right? Mahomes took the greatest receiving tight end ever, if not the greatest tight end ever, just because Travis Kelce's putting himself in rarefied air. But so he took that guy and a bunch of 2s and 3s and turned it into 5,500 total yards. Mahomes is just the dude. We can keep talking about all kinds of other guys, but Mahomes is just the dude. Anyways, John, I'm with you. I think Hurts' season this year is a high watermark for Fields. I think it's possible. To use an example, Sir Lord, I think, you're talking about next year, 3,400 and 600. Yes. I think in a world where the Bears add another guy, at receiver, the numbers could get higher, but we're not there yet. They would need Mooney, and they need the 3 receiver set that the Eagles have, where they've got Devontae Smith, who's a 1. They've got A.J. Brown, who's a 1. And they've got Dallas Goedert, who's one of the best tight ends in football and in that, unicorn zone. So if the Bears had, if the Bears had silly receivers that can, you got to remember that there are times where Jalen Hurts, the Bears game is a great example. The Bears, we don't talk about this enough, with nobody, absolutely stymied Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, the player, was having a terrible game. And if Jalen Hurts was on the Bears, he would have thrown for 80 yards. Not because I hate Jalen Hurts. Can we be so plain? This is the hard part about having this conversation with, about Justin Fields and Justin Fields' supporting cast. Because you're right, Jordan. It was terrible weather. It's more that what the Bears were doing and the weather, because he's from Houston. He does not like the cold. I don't even blame him. It had Hurts way off his game. So do we all remember what the game plan became for Jalen Hurts? Do we remember? Can we say it out loud? How did Hurts climb out of the hole? What did he do? I'll give you some time to answer. Because I think not only is this the biggest argument for why Justin Fields' production is going to get better on account of DJ Moore, but it's the argument for, frankly, why receivers matter. Because basically, Jalen Hurts tied a blindfold around his head and just trusted A.J. Brown with the game. All they did was, because I agree with you, Jordan. John, you say they ran the ball. They didn't ran the ball at all. He just threw the ball to A.J. Brown. And Jalen Johnson and A.J. Brown duked it out for the entire afternoon. And, A.J. Brown came down with enough of them that I think he had 181 yards at the end of the day. Like, A.J. Brown basically ran the offense for them, and they punched enough balls into the end zone from there that they won relatively convincingly. But it's more to say that, like, that to me, what matters is that when the offense, so to speak, isn't working, you can just have the quarterback step back in the pocket and throw the ball to a predetermined read, because you know, even if he's not going to be open, he's going to give you a chance. Like, the Bears had a lot of these plays where if Fields didn't make the perfect read or the perfect throw, or the receiver like slipped, I don't know. You guys get it. We all watched the season. Fields had barely anything that he could do where he could take a back seat role, right? Like, within that game, let me see. Like, yeah, within the Bears offense, there's next to nothing that they were able to do offensively that didn't involve Justin Fields. And Hurts is dropping dimes. I'm with you, Sir Lord. Also, I feel like that's the easiest way to play quarterback. Like, step back and just throw the ball, right? Like, throw the ball specifically to him, specifically to the sideline, stuff like that. Ooh. Yeah, we're running out of gas. Let me see. I'm with you, but he was on it unless he was throwing a pick. Oh, yeah. That's the thing, because he threw that nasty one. But either way, the more I look at this, like, to close out, I'm excited for the part where we can go through and we can talk. Brandon, really quick thoughts. I think Hutchinson's a good player. I think Hutchinson's being quickly forgotten about. I think Hutchinson's not that athletic. Like, let's see. Xavier Hutchinson. Like, when you look at his tape, he's not winning with athleticism. He's winning with technique. When you look at his athleticism's fine. It's not specific. It's pretty average. And so I look at this and I think to myself, I think that a lot of people are kind of missing the ball a little bit with Hutchinson, and that he is going to play really well in the NFL. His 2021 tape is awesome. Yeah, Demo, I thought that was sweet. I thought the one he had against the Eagles, the bomb there, was really fun too. Like the sucker and drop. Jordan, are you talking about like Gordon's play? Because I guess it's funny you mentioned that. I think it's a good play. I actually think Gordon had better plays, and that one was a horrific play by Josh Allen, who I think just assumed that this scrub corner was going to get erased, and he didn't. But so within that, like, because I get where you're coming from. My thought is that, like, Josh Allen had a horrible game, which is okay. Like, it happens. And in fact, if anything, it was under talked about how many poor games Josh Allen had. Yeah, I'm getting there, Chris. But all this to say that, like, I'm excited. I think, let's be blunt, I think that we have done so much talking about the draft, and the truth is there are a lot of ways that Ryan Poles can make the team a lot better, and I think that's exciting. I think it's a very exciting time to be a Chicago Bear fan. I think last year a lot of people told themselves, okay, raise your hand if I'm about to describe you. I think there are a lot of people last year that told themselves that it was a really exciting time to be a Bears fan, and technically you were right, because anything was better than 2021 and 2020. But realistically, the Bears put themselves a year away on purpose. And that meant that last year was always going to be a chore to watch. Well, we got through the chore. The miracle happened. They got the number 1 overall pick. They traded it. They got a second-round pick. They got a future first. They got a future 2, like a future 2, and they got DJ Moore. Most of us, gosh, I hope all of us, but most of us will be alive for when that 2025 second round pick happens, and I think we're going to like it. Like, I've thought about this a lot. That 2025 second is spoken about these days like, yeah, whatever. And I'm like, I bet it's going to be like pick 45. And we're going to be like, heck yeah. Like, this is great. The Bears now have 2 drafts going forward, 3 technically, where they have extra picks because of the trade that still netted them DJ Moore. Like, I mean, and I agree with you, Sir Lord, but like here's the biggest thing, Sir Lord, because I agree with you that after week 7 it wasn't even a chore, but here's the thing. Next year you get to actually root for the team to win. Like, I know, foreign thought, but last year was bizarre because if you caught on, I know I did, like early, you knew that winning didn't help the team. They weren't aiming to. Like, I'm sure the coaches technically were. I really do think that. The tank didn't start until later. But the long term, they were going to want every loss that they got. So bizarre games, like the monsoon game against San Francisco, were really weird because, well, it was fun. Got some of the best Bears pictures I've ever seen. All the, like, rain slides and the Justin Fields stuff that came out of it was just amazing. I mean, like, truly legendary level, like, content that we got out of that win against San Francisco. Like, the kneel down into the run, into the slip and slide was truly, Sir Lord, I will raise you one. Not only could you describe it as iconic, it is the kind of game that you end up saying to yourself, how could this guy not be the guy? Like, how could this guy possibly fail? To the point where I still don't know if he can. Just because, I mean, I don't know how a team that's led by a guy like that, not that Fields was like incredible or amazing or something, but just like to me, that game is one of those 30 for 30 games. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that game is one of those games where NFL Films has all the kind of content that they need so that when they show Fields' journey to the Super Bowl, they bring it all the way back to him, like, sliding in the rain, and everybody goes, like, I mean, I'm not trying to get everybody, like, goosebumps or something like that, because I know it always works on me, but it's more like, I've seen this story before, like, weird crap happens, and then Joe Burrow goes to the bowl, like, it's stupid, it's silly, like, I'm not going to predict it, it would be insane to predict it, even though somebody always will. Like, there's always going to be some Bears fan that the moment I try to be, like, a little positive, not because I'm negative, I think I'm a positive person, but, like, every time you say, hey, I think Andrew Billings is a pretty doggone good signing, somebody goes, he's a top 12 nose tackle, and you go, whoa, like, whoa, let's slow down. But, like, anyways, all that to say that I'm, first of all, John, yes, like the like there are so many people that immediately were like, playoffs, told ya, and they won 2 of the next 14 games. And so it got weird in games like Dallas, where I remember actively cheering against the defense. It got really ugly in games like the Week 14 Packers game, where I refuse to believe that they didn't throw the game. It had that vibe. Weeks later, I still think it. Maybe Fields got re-injured. Maybe. Like, maybe. It's the only thing that makes me not feel like there was a blatant tank going on. Maybe Fields tweaked his shoulder again, because I think it was his like first week back or something. I can't quite remember. And they tried to run the offense away from Fields, but I don't buy it. Like, that whole injury, I don't know, because then Fields had a comment about it where, like, he was like something about my shoulder. Yeah, Kane Russell rules. Like, too much weirdness surrounding the entire season. Next season, the linebacker play actually should be decently fun. And then the defensive line play, it probably won't be good, but it'll probably be better. And worst case scenario, you can get mad at somebody who still has like a future on the team instead of getting mad at Al-Qadim Muhammad. Like, that to me was the really soulless part. Was, thank you, Weedy. Thank you. To me, the really soulless part of the Bears 2022 season was when Armon Watts and Mike Pennell and Justin Jones and Travis Gibson, Al-Qadim Muhammad's probably a better example, were getting gashed. I just didn't even have any emotions. Like, okay, we signed some practice squatters last minute, and now they're getting smoked. Like, what did I expect? You know what I'm saying? Like the what is it? The Arrested Development game or Arrested Development meme. Like, I don't know what I was expecting. Like, I do actually, Jordan. I like Angela Blackson. Oh, you're talking Noah Blackwell. Like, I need to watch another Blackwell game again because clearly my eyes readjust. The nice thing about draft stuff, the really nice stuff, if we got any content creators in here, draft stuff is helpful because while I don't, I'm going to say something really weird. While I love covering the NFL infinitely more than I like watching college football. College football has some weird stuff in it. Like some just bad play. There's a lot of bad football in college football. Not to burst anybody's bubble. I like the pro game for a reason. Where draft stuff helps you is that you get your eyes set to what normal is. Like, thank you, Weedy. I know it just popped up. It popped up in the chat a little while ago, but thank you so much. Really, really cool of you. Thank you. But so draft stuff really helps because you get to know all the guys that are going to be in the league, and you spend a lot of hours by yourself watching players. And so the main reason that matters is because then when you, content creator, have watched a bunch of guards and then you watch, I don't know, Michael Schofield, you actually have an opinion on how Schofield's playing because you can think of 10 other guards you've watched this year. And what did they look like? What did John Michael Schmitz look like? What did Chandler Zavala look like? What did Nick Saldiveri, not a guard, look like? Like, what did Tipman look like? And you know what they look like. And that makes all the difference in the world. It gets you more exposure. And that helps you then experiment with all kinds of content. But I'm so excited to do draft breakdowns of the existing Chicago Bears when they are, because I know all you guys out there, not you guys, love you guys. There are a lot of people out there that are just like what I used to be. They're waiting to see who the Bears pick, and they literally couldn't care any less. They couldn't care any less. It would be hard for them to care any less about who these guys are until the moment that they are declared Chicago Bears. And then they are the dude and have been the dude. Like, that's okay, Stokes. That's okay. That's been me. The only reason I do draft stuff is because otherwise I'm just covering one team. And it's really easy to get your eyes accustomed to that one team. Like, there are Bears fans that don't know what a good receiver looks like because they joined with us in 2020 when A-Rob started to mail it in. And then they got the weird 2021 season, and then they watched 2022, right? Like, there are Bears fans that don't remember Brandon Marshall. There are Bears fans that saw Allen Robinson and how good he was, yes, in 2018. But, like, it's been a long time. Like, that's what gets so funny about whenever the Bears add freaking anybody on offense. Look at the way that Bears fans reacted, and I hope nobody feels attacked in here, to Robert Tonyan. Tonyan is a good ad because he's so cheap, but the fact that the Bears are so barren on the offensive cupboard that Green Bay's like fourth best receiving weapon on a not very good receiving team is like exciting, is pretty much what we are as a franchise. Like, yeah, that's Demo. It's totally true. Like, I mean, it really is. Like, just looking that up on YouTube after the fact, where it's just like, Hey, show me Leonard Floyd, and me sitting there going, yeah, this guy's gonna freaking rule. What did I see? Like 6 pass rushing highlights. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know what I thought I saw in Floyd's tape, to be honest. But that was me in like college, and really all I wanted was, oh man, the Bears traded up for somebody. He must be good. Like, yeah, exactly, Stokes. Not as a pass rusher, Jordan. Floyd was awesome as a edge defending linebacker. Like, Floyd was awesome as a run chase down specialist. Floyd was super all right and just all right as a pass rusher, in my opinion. But I'm not hating so much as I'm talking. I can just distinctly remember sitting in my, at the time it was my girlfriend, now it's my wife, like her home church's, like, her home church's lobby while she was in a meeting for like a ministry thing she was doing, just watching highlights of Leonard Floyd. Like, that's the thing, Jordan. You're forgetting that everyone does this. Like, does that make sense, Jordan? That, like, you're forgetting that that's what the fan base does. If you get picked at 9, you're the guy. You're the guy. If you get picked at 9, your comparison is Joey Bosa. Congratulations. Like, that's it. You're not evaluating who the player is, because all you know is, we picked a tight end at 42. That means he's Mark Andrews. Yeah. Like, I mean, do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's the biggest problem with Cole Kmet to this day. There are a lot of people that are like, oh, well, Cole Kmet, other receiving tight ends are Travis Kelce if they're drafted in the second round. So, what are you? And it's like, I mean, that's not who he is. Like, I don't know. I'm not about to say Cole Kmet was overdrafted. Like, the Bears drafted for need, and Cole was the best tight end of the class. It's a bad tight end class. It's just funny. Like, looking back, I mean, I hold on to it, Jordan, because I when I create content, I hope you guys know, I try to remember this. Like, I try to remember what it was like to be, I don't know, normal, sane, interested in football in like a normal way, having fun with it. And then the Bears, like, they lifted me up in 2018, and then in 2019 they really ripped my soul out. Like, if you want to talk about like where I am as a content creator, I was forged in the fire of the like post Bears that was 2019's abject failure, followed up by let's run it back again, but now with Nick Foles in 2020, followed by let's totally run it back again, but now with Andy Dalton in 2021. And also, we're going to trade a future first for a quarterback, which I love the quarterback. I love the quarterback, but now we have nothing. We spent all our money to get a new car, including our house. Like, we sold our house to buy a new car and gas for the car, and also to pay our bills back on the old house that we bought as an investment property that ended up getting condemned. Like, yes, Eric. I remember it. Shane McClellan coming in. I mean, granted, like, he had one of the, what is it? Like, McClellan had one of the most famous hits that I remember when he hurt Aaron Rodgers, which I shouldn't remember, because why would I remember that? But there you go. Then let's see. Yes, that was bizarre, Jordan. Why on earth did we just release Leno? We were like, hey, we drafted Tevin Jenkins. That's really good. And we cut our best line. What? Like, and then I remember going on Twitter and everybody was like, oh, good. Finally, we cut Leno. And guess what? The offensive line was freaking terrible, like, immediately. And then they signed Jason Peters off a fishing boat, and he styled on everybody. Like, it was so bad. I mean, It was so bad. It was so bad. And so then let me see. Let's yeah, oh my gosh, Weedy. I mean, I'll tell you what. Jimmy Graham put red zone. Jimmy Graham had me questioning whether this was a simulation because Jimmy Graham was like watching one of those Madden players with like a special trait. In this case, it was like red zone threat. You know what I mean? Where Jimmy Graham makes the goal line fade okay. I mean, so weird. Like, because everybody else in the league, goal line fade, that's a stupid play call. Jimmy Graham, 3rd and 13, faded up, baby. Like, Nick Foles puts the ball in the air, Jimmy Graham comes down with it, touchdown city, follows it up with, like, one of the wildest catches of the 2022 season. That game was fun. No, it wasn't 2022, that was 2021. That like weird Foles revenge game was so funny. Like, I mean, my favorite part about it was a couple friends of mine went on a Seahawks Seahawks podcast, and the Seahawks fans were like, "So how much do you think you're gonna lose by?" And they were like, "I mean, well, I don't know if it's automatic loss." Like, I mean, I remember the Seahawks fans, I found some afterwards, and they were, like, all the fans were just irate that they lost to the freaking Bears, which I thought was hilarious because they earned it. We were terrible that year, and it was like, gosh, we're bad. What are you guys? Man, Brandon, there's a reason that I was finally ready to publicly be out on Trubisky after that Chargers game. And it wasn't like Trubisky was the entire problem, but it was, oh my gosh, that whole game was terrible. I don't know, outside of some of those Rams games, because the Rams really did their best. Like, there were some of that Chargers game was pretty much the hardest I've ever seen a team try to lose and still win. I mean, it was one of them. Like, if you guys can think of something better, you let me know. But like let me see. What am I thinking of? Like, the Rams games, there was a 2021 and then there was like a 2019 one. And in both of them, the Rams basically tried to lose. Like, it was terrible. And of course they won. But let me see. Least favorite Nagy moments: the Seattle opener where he besmirched Mitch about limiting his playbook. Are you talking like the 2019 Seattle game? Like the week 2 one? The one where they won? Are we talking about a different one? Let me see. The New Orleans, the Philly, and the KC games were terrible. Like, oh, they were horrible. Now, granted, I've always sat here and wondered about Nagy's staffs because they were bad. Like, when Nagy got to the point where he was hiring his broski to coach receivers, which I'm pretty consistently, I don't know. It was all bad. It was putting, whether good or bad people, it was putting people in positions that they basically couldn't succeed in consistently, which is about as Bears as it gets, unfortunately. Stokes, that's okay. We were all there. I still think, Sir Lord, that there's serious truth to that. That, like, I still think the position coaches were terrible, and I'm not trying to create some legion of Nagy-likers. It is still bizarre to me that the team actually cared about him at all. Like, near the late end of the stretch, he must have been a great dude. That doesn't mean he's a good football coach. It did seem like he generally had the right idea. The fact that he would spitefully do what the media said is still, to me, embarrassing. Nobody talks about this. Like, Matt Nagy would really have weeks where, like, they would, like, the media would complain about David Montgomery not getting enough rushing touches. And then the week after that, Nagy would feed the ball 32 times to David Montgomery to lose. Like, I mean, it was so funny. It was because that was 2019 and 2020. In 2019 especially. Like, oh, Stokes, I think he was trying to prove that it wasn't his fault. Like, I'm convinced that he was really being that petty, which was bananas. And yeah, you're right, Eric. I still thought they got that wrong. I still thought Pace deserved it and Reich deserved it. Like, how did Reich not get Coach of the Year that year? That was silly. Like, I know they went 12-4. I know. Santa's sleigh. I know. But they won because of the talent on the team. Like, kudos. Yeah, big brother. Who was better? Who was better than Charles Leno? Name somebody. Like, name somebody on that Bears offensive line that was better than Charles Leno. I dare you. Because it wasn't Cody Whitehair. It wasn't Sam Mustipher. Who was the right guard? It was not a Fady. Like, no way it was Bobby Massey. No way. And I think he was gone at that point, Dark Wolf. Like, James Daniels. You got me there. It was Daniels is better. Second best. Like, because we're talking about when Leno got cut. So, Daniels was still there. And, I mean, especially recent Daniels. At the time, that was back when people wanted to let Daniels walk. Like, when people were like, this is a good idea. And I think I remember being like, no opinion, because I was like, they're tanking. Like, do you keep a lineman that is good? And I don't remember whether I was like, I think I had some opinion about the contract situation. I was like, that could be weird to navigate because like, he hasn't broken out yet. But either way, now he's on the Steelers and he looks great. Duh. But where did Trubisky end up signing? Is he still in Pittsburgh? Did he get cut at all? Yeah, yes, AC. Nagy was so high on Buster Screen. John, I think he did. Like, I think he did make a Pro Bowl. Let me see. Unsigned? What about unsigned? I think Daniels was a little bit better than a Jag. I also think, for what it's worth, Sir Lord, that when your team is good, your line looks good. When your team is bad, your line looks bad. I mean, it's not that simple. Good lines usually involve good teams. Unless you're the Carolina Panthers. That's a weird one. But the line plays as a unit. I mean, Jordan, are you talking? Jordan, really? 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 Okay, Jordan. Why? That's my question. Because I get what you mean. Crute said it. Everybody said it. 2 franchises. 3 coaches. All of them have played him at guard. Do you think they're all wrong? You can. You're totally entitled to your opinion. But, like, do you think everybody's wrong? That he's a star center and everybody's wrong? Because I struggle to believe it. Like, I mean, maybe. But, like, they had more than one line coach. They had Harry Heastand, one of the best names in offensive line. And then they brought in a completely different dude in Juan Castillo. And then they send him to the Steelers, who I'm not about to vouch for their offensive line coach. But apparently 3 people had the same idea. Like, I get it. I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not arguing about the traits. Whenever you hear any of this, it is purely because I make the assumption that these coaches are not completely brain-dead doofuses. Sometimes they'll fall to groupthink. Sometimes they won't put in the work. But they're not brain-dead doofi, and they're trying to keep their job. And the player has input. Maybe Daniels doesn't want to play center. I don't know. But past a certain point, like, I would assume that, like, one of them, if Daniels was, like, anything he was cracked up to be, because everybody said that. I mean, that's the thing, Jordan. This isn't Claypool move tight end, where theoretically you're doing something super, super underground. Like, Daniels' center was, like, the move. Like, it was the public move, you know? And so, know that I'm not ranting at you in particular. It's more like, past a certain point, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck, and he's a guard. Like, and that's fine. Like, he must have hated it, because they tried it. Like, Nagy tried his center tape, and it was bad. Now, he got maybe 4 games at center. I'm really, truly not about to try to pretend that that was like a full run. But it's more like, maybe he hated it. Maybe he didn't want to do it. Maybe he liked guard better. I don't know. Like, why did Whitehair never go back to center? Is it really because he struggled to snap that badly? Like, I don't know. I don't know. But, like, I don't know. Maybe, Eric. It seems that way. Yeah. I don't know. Who's my favorite Bears role player since 2018 other than DHC? It's Sherrick McManus. I don't actually have to think that hard. Like, if we're talking about S tier, like, heart and soul of the team, like, makes a shocking amount of plays since 2018, like, I thought it was absolutely Sherrick McManus. Like, he was great. I loved having him. I'm with you on DHC, and other people have caught on to the DHC love, and he's great too. But Sherrick McManus was like nickel corner and second safety and special teams ace. Like, so many fun things. So many super fun things. Yeah, and Motown, I get you. Like, I totally get what you're going for. But that's life as a left tackle, especially when you're good, but you're not great. Patrick Scales was super fun. And yeah, Patterson was part of the offense, and frankly, maybe too much of the offense. Hey, guys, it is 11:40. We've had our mock draft party. We'll have our super wonderful draft stream tomorrow. Of course, anytime. Yes, let me know about who's the Toledo kid. It's Dejuan Johnson, right? I'm just gonna write him down. Let's see here. But so, first of all, before I go, Sean's exactly right. The big thing, Motown, is that Charles Leno was consistently overmatched when he had to play against somebody who was, like, really good. But you don't always go against people who are really good. And so sometimes it would be Bob Massey that got destroyed. But either way, you guys have a great rest of your evening. Get some sleep. I'm going to get some sleep after I eat dinner. And I will talk to you guys soon. Thanks so much. Bear down.